never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
They're negotiating on fumes, but we'll see what happens. Maybe we have to go back and finish it. Maybe we don't.
U.S. forces have launched fresh defensive strikes in southern Iran, hitting a military site they say posed a risk to American troops and commercial traffic. Officials say the operation does not break the ceasefire, which remains in place even as tensions rise again. Former CIA official Davis Rush has been arrested and charged with stealing more than 300 gold bars worth over $40 million from the federal government. Investigators say he stored the gold at his Virginia home. The case remains under investigation. The Trump administration is suing the University of California, Los Angeles, accusing the school of deliberate indifference to harassment against Jewish and Israeli students.
It's the administration's second lawsuit against the school over claims of anti-Semitism. This new suit says UCLA received more than 100 complaints about anti-Semitism, but regularly ignored them. It calls out 2024 pro-Palestinian protests on campus, claiming Jews were beaten and assaulted while the school took no serious action. The school rejects the allegations and said it's made serious strides toward making sure anti-Semitism on campus is addressed. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
American Airlines will be using Starlink for its in-flight Wi-Fi.
The carrier announced Tuesday plans to install the SpaceX internet provider on over 500 of its Airbus planes starting early next year. American began offering complimentary Wi-Fi for its frequent flyers in January. The announcement comes as SpaceX is preparing to go public next month in what could be the biggest IPO ever. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
Wall Street closed with record highs.
At the closing bell, the Dow added 182 points, the S&P 500 gained 1 point, and the Nasdaq rose 18 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say. We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great. It even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit strongtel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
Democrats are split over Maine Senate candidate Graham Plattner.
Some top Democrats are distancing themselves from Maine Senate candidate Graham Plattner as questions grow over his past online post and controversial tattoo, sparking internal debate within the party. While Plattner has built grassroots momentum in his bid to challenge Republican Senator Susan Collins, party leaders appear divided on whether he is the strongest nominee. The race is now being viewed as a test of unity between Democratic moderates and progressives heading into the midterms. Ron Warner, USA Radio News.
A Valencia County judge issued a temporary injunction against the Republican Party of New Mexico, Chairwoman Amy Barella, and other officials, restricting them from publicly supporting candidates in contested GOP primaries. The order also appears to shift leadership duties, while the party says it will comply but appeal that ruling. The former live-in personal assistant to late actor Matthew Perry is heading to federal prison.
61-year-old Kenneth Iwamasa has been sentenced to 3 years and 5 months behind bars for his role in Perry's ketamine overdose death in October of 2023. Iwamasa injected Perry with multiple doses of the drug before his death. In August of 2024, Iwamasa pleaded guilty to 1 count of conspiracy to distribute ketamine causing death. He will also serve 2 years of supervised release and must pay a $10,000 fine. Iwamasa is the final of 5 defendants indicted in the case to be sentenced. I'm Daniel Martindale.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Visit iLocal.net/go for your free website analysis. iLocal.net/go.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Ready to beat the heat this summer? Keep your long haul, short haul, off-road adventure, or just stay cool while on site with Be Cool. Designed with on or off-the-road vehicles in mind, Be Cool offers you DC-powered cooling, low voltage protection, easy installation, and more. Beat the heat with Be Cool. It's the cooler way to go. With air conditioners for semi-trucks starting at $888. Get yours today. Visit be-coolaircon.com or call 778-590-5000. That's 778-590-5000.
Another dark night on the interstate. Another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Another dark night on the interstate. I'm driving through the years, I'm trying to make it right. My baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls. I'm 1,000 miles away from my whole
Alrighty, if my calculations are correct, it looks like it is that time once again. Saddle up. It's time to ride. So away we go. What do you say? We'll kick off a Thursday from time zone to time zone. How about a Friday Eve? As we make our way toward the final weekend here in the month of May. Yes, indeed. As we turn the page on the calendar, day number 28. We welcome you aboard the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live once again from the Hotshot Secret Studios. Quiet night outside the secret bunker. We are anticipating some fog developing in the region. Could get pretty dense through the overnight hours. But the rains have ended. Pushing off to the east. We'll take a look around the country, our travelers' weather. I guess we could start with the good news tonight. We're not really seeing anything as far as severe weather. It's been a pretty active week. We are looking at more rainfall. Flooding rains will continue to douse the south central and southeastern portions of the country. Whereas 24 hours ago we were watching central and then eastern Texas. Things much quieter tonight. Some spotty showers. Nothing heavy. Just north of the Houston area. Heavier rains, showers, thunderstorms starting north of Little Rock, Arkansas, on up into northwest Arkansas. Scattered showers in and around Tulsa, Oklahoma. Back into the Ponca City area. Rains up into southern Kansas, most of it south of Wichita. A few heavier thunderstorms right there back toward Guyman, Oklahoma. You'll find some spotty showers from Colorado Springs to Lamar, Colorado. A few more thunderstorms in northwestern and central portions of Kansas as well. Nothing is widespread as we were looking at, again, 24 hours ago. We'll take a look at the breakdown from our friends at AccuWeather. We will be looking for rounds of additional rain, easing drought conditions, but raising the risk of flash flooding across much of the Gulf Coast and the southern plains right on into the weekend here. Further north, a push of dry air, bringing an end to the downpours and the thunderstorms for Virginia, North Carolina, parts of the Ohio Valley. A plume of moisture, sometimes referred to as an atmospheric river, focused the heaviest rain from the central Gulf Coast to portions of the Appalachians. From Sunday to Tuesday of this week. We did have one woman drown Monday in Petal, Mississippi. Her vehicle swept away in the floodwaters. Flash flooding occurred in Henderson County, North Carolina, Tuesday. That was part of the region that was ravaged by Hurricane Helene back in September of 24. But some of these rainfall totals have been pretty impressive. Some of the highest totals from Sunday night through Wednesday morning. 6.19 inches in Destin, Florida. Right at 5.5 inches, Greenwood, South Carolina. Just over 4.5 inches for Asheville, North Carolina. 4.20 in Florala, Alabama. And down in New Orleans, 4.13 inches of rainfall. That is generally beneficial in drought-stricken parts of the south central and southeastern USA. We continue to see areas of Florida, Georgia, the Carolinas, parts of Arkansas, Oklahoma, Texas, still experiencing drought conditions. Should get more rain thanks to this ongoing weather pattern. With plenty of moisture in place and that stalled frontal system stretching from the southern plains to the southern Atlantic coast, additional pockets of heavy rain and locally severe thunderstorms will continue to develop. While some of the heaviest rain has already fallen for some areas, additional torrential downpours likely within clusters of showers and thunderstorms. A couple of inches of rain possible in just a few hours in some cases. Obviously, rainfall at that rate can quickly set off flash flooding, small streams, poor drainage locations, A push of dry air from Canada and the Northeast is going to shift that rain zone a bit further south across the Appalachians, Piedmont, and Mid-Atlantic coast late in the week into the weekend. As we look into later this weekend into early next week, a push of dry air may reach parts of the Gulf Coast. Moisture could surge northward again across the southeast as we progress into next week, potentially aided by a tropical rainstorm that could possibly become the season's first named storm if the atmospheric conditions become favorable. At the moment, they tell us there's a lot of wind shear. Water temperatures in the Gulf are plenty warm enough, as well as the Caribbean. But they are kind of keeping the eye out, especially they're saying from like mid to latter portions of next week, as we will by then be officially into the Atlantic hurricane season, to which we could see a storm developing. Meanwhile, things definitely cooling off in the Northeast. Some folks may be hanging on to that warmer air at least into the first portions of your Thursday, but from Thursday to Friday, the first of two surges of Canadian air going to sweep across the region. The impact of that lake week cold push will be twofold. The first will be that shove of the steady rain impacting the lower portions of the mid-Atlantic. The second is going to bring cooler, less humid air in the region. Highs in the 80s that we saw the past couple of days will largely give way to temperatures in the 60s and 70s for Thursday and Friday. Philadelphia, Washington, D.C., Richmond, Virginia, some of the areas that may hold on to those warmer conditions at least briefly into Thursday. More sunshine before that cooler air will indeed settle in by Friday. Then we've got a much stronger surge of cool air plunging into the Northeast over the weekend, accompanied with some spotty showers and thunderstorms. In the ridges and the peaks of the Adirondacks, the Green Mountains, the White Mountains, believe it or not, we could actually see some wet snowflakes mixing in with that rain from Friday night into Saturday. As the pattern evolves over the weekend, we will watch for an area of steady rain developing over the state of Maine. Now, if the skies clear and the winds calm down Saturday night further west, some of the coldest interior valleys could actually see some frosty conditions. Doesn't look like it's going to be enough to be a damaging frost in the established growing areas, but we'll be watching for additional temperature fluctuations during the first couple weeks as we head into the month of June. At the moment, they say there are no signs of any sort of a long-lasting heat wave or warm-up coming our way. Springtime is hanging on here. Give you more on the potential for some possible development there in the Caribbean or the Gulf region. Again, primarily looking toward maybe middle, latter portions of next week ahead. We've got plenty of industry headlines to share with you as we roll into a new day here. We'll start off with some of our friends checking in out of the box. We'll start with Jeffrey there, Southern Florida. Good morning, Steve, and the overnight family. James checks in, Woodstock, Georgia, 72. It's kind of soupy down here. Seems like we just can't break out of this wetter pattern right now, but I'm not complaining. We need this rain after the extended drought conditions there. Hello, Shorty, I-95 southbound, Brunswick, Georgia, 80 degrees. Here we go. Orlando, turnaround number 2. Are the emails working? Yes. Finally, a thumbs up. Just I was able to get things reset as I settled in here for my evening show prep several hours ago, about 9:30. Yes, Shorty. It took forever for the email to load. I had emails for Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, 5 days. And on a typical, I'll come in on a Sunday morning to begin kind of show preparation for our Sunday night, Monday morning, try to get ahead of the game. And I'll spend 20, 30 minutes just trying to delete. Most of it's junk, the junk mail. But in the midst of the junk mail, there's a lot of, usable news, shall we say, that we share with the listening audience. So I haven't had a chance to go through all that email just yet. But thanks for asking. Yes, email is up and running once again. Steve at hotshotsecret.com. Hello, Marianne. Good morning, Steve, the Overnight family. Good morning to all. Hope everyone has a blessed day. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. It must be Pappy. The midnight hour, 72 degrees, Cincinnati, Ohio. Same exact spot as we were 24 hours ago. The ramp shut down to southbound I-75 from Paddock Road. Hey, it's the eve of Friday, so let it roll. Keep it between the spotted and the solid. And as always, sunny side up. Hello, John Ferguson. Morning from the home 20. Got a day off here in the middle of the week. Anyhow, good morning, Steve, the overnight crew. Made my way up from South Carolina today, delivered in Toledo. Deadhead back to pick up here, and we'll be ready to head out tomorrow down to Jefferson City, Missouri, with a load of downspouts. It's a comfortable 63 degrees here at the home 20. Everybody be safe out there tonight. God bless. Uncle Chops, howdy, Steve, and the overnight drive. Best 5 hours on Facebook, YouTube, or the radio, for that matter. Thank you, Uncle Chops. Brett checking in from the Mile High City, 61 degrees. Yep, a little bit of rain tonight. Tonight's my Friday, so I'm kind of looking forward to the weekend. Should be nice here the next couple of days. Hope to get up to the mountains, maybe do some hiking. Hope everybody has a great Thursday and a better weekend. There's Matthew on board, forwarded from our friend Eskimo Mom. Yeah, let's see, checking out some of the sports action. He said, I got the chance to watch the 2-hour special with Pat McAfee on the state of how all 4 major sports, loved every minute of it. Had a chance to watch the Cards this past afternoon. Got swept by Milwaukee. Now we'll return home for a 9-game homestand beginning Friday night. I enjoyed Texas and Cincinnati last week, but happy to be back home in O'Fallon, Missouri. All righty. Thanks for checking in. We've got 72 degrees, cloudy skies tonight in the best city in Missouri. Of course, that's O'Fallon, Missouri. On board and away we go. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Want to advertise your brand on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive and help grow your business through one of the hottest radio shows and podcasts in America? We would love to hear from you. Rates have never been better to put your brand on our show, or maybe you just want to kick the tires. Email us at ssod@hotshotsecret.com and take the first steps towards taking your brand to the next level through advertising on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Truckers spend lots of hours on the road, so when it comes to staying connected
connected, you need a headset that works just as hard as you do. Blue Parrot is the #1 headset brand for professional drivers, and we've taken the quality you've come to expect from us and made it even better. Check out our newest headsets, the Pro B350 and Pro B450, offering you more hours of talk time, better voice control, extreme comfort, and industry-leading AI voice isolation microphones, so you can spend more time talking about the important things and less time repeating yourself. To get yours, check out BlueParrot.com. Blue Parrot, hear and be heard.
All right, Michael on board, who likes to say, "What's up, people?" Yeah, just another day, same old, right? Hello, Rubber Duck, checking in from the home sweet home. Eating some ice cream, put together some more baseball footage for Ryder. Amazed us once again. Anybody seen the big boy? The 4014 coming east yet? All I've seen is some of the video footage. Yeah, the big boy. Yeah, traversing the country for America's 250th anniversary. But town after town along the way, yeah, folks lining up to get photos. Quite the sight. Hello to Bill Nelson. Good morning. Peter from Oakdale, Wisconsin, headed over to Elkhart, Indiana tonight for tomorrow afternoon. There's Bob in Michigan. Dave, morning Steve, from Parsonsfield, Maine. Boy, what crazy weather last week. We had 3 days in the mid-90s. Today and yesterday in the 80s, and now they're saying wet snow predicted for Friday into Saturday throughout all of western Maine. Now, they're even telling us we could see some power outages because the leaves are out on the trees, and it's going to be that really wet, sticky stuff. Now, I'm glad the state still has their snow plows on. You think they might actually need those, Dave? Wow. Mother Nature, are you somewhat confused? What's going on? Well, Joe is on board. Good morning. Good to have you with us. Mike checks in from Mount Airy, North Carolina. There's Eskimo Mom. Howdy, Overnight Drive Nation. Happy Thirsty Thursday, Friday Eve. Here we are, 3 days left till the Atlantic hurricane season begins. 37 days till we celebrate 250 years of our nation. Just got back to the yard after a drop and hook at one of our Columbus stores. Should be heading into the office to see what they want me to do next. If you're in western or central Ohio, watch out. We got some developing fog. There are spots where visibility is becoming an issue. Otherwise, it's clear skies, mid to upper 60s tonight outside Tip City, Ohio. Lauren Waste, 2-time world champion bull hauler, 72 degrees. Fountain Run, Kentucky. I got the powerful chrome-plated cow truck resting for a few hours. At sunup, we'll load some stout bluegrass steers for a high-speed trip to some lush pastures in the Cowboy State. Then we'll load back as soon as possible for southwest Missouri. Head for the Weiss compound to hang out with the hot blonde wife. How about a shout out to Mr. Gilligan from Monroe County, Kentucky. Patsy, good morning from southeast Nebraska tonight, 75 degrees. Santa Claus, top of the morning, Steve. Hey, you've cooled off a little bit, 68 degrees there. Elk Grove, California tonight. Good afternoon. Larry, hammer down, be safe, 72 in Platkill, New York. No nap tonight, but we've got the coffee power back on. Kicking off round number 3 to Schenectady, then it's back to Wilmington, Delaware, where we'll reload for a Friday. Hello from the ugly old man in Newport, Kentucky. Hello, Michael. Thanks for providing us with the best news and weather in the country. And a hello, shout out to the blind man, an eagle. Eagle for president, he says. There you go. Yes, Michael responding to Rubber Duck about the big boy. He said, that is a huge-ass train there. Indeed it is. Coming up, we'll kick off industry headlines. We'll get a look at, I guess, the breakdown for the industry, the latest data from the OIDA Foundation that was released on Tuesday. A little bit of uncertainty, they say, remains. The main variable surrounding the freight market. We got to the manufacturer's report. Improved demand compared to last year. But right now it's all this geopolitical tension and rising oil and diesel prices that continue to kind of weigh on the market. They break it down category by category. Meanwhile, details, we'll share the House committee passing the transportation bill, which would include bathroom rights, parking grants, and lease reforms for the trucking industry. That's the surface transportation bill that touches every corner of trucking, just cleared its first major hurdle. Details ahead. First news, a service of industrial injection, fuel injectors, fuel pumps, turbochargers, and complete diesel engine kits for the heavy-duty world. If it burns diesel, we can help keep it working. Learn more at industrialinjection.com. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. U.S. forces have launched fresh defensive strikes in southern Iran, hitting a military site they say posed a risk to American troops and commercial traffic. Former CIA official Davis Rush has been arrested and charged with stealing more than 300 gold bars worth over $40 million from the federal government. Investigators say he stored the gold at his Virginia home. The case remains under investigation. American Airlines will be using Starlink for its in-flight Wi-Fi.
The carrier announced Tuesday plans to install the SpaceX internet provider on over 500 of its Airbus planes starting early next year. American began offering complimentary Wi-Fi for its frequent flyers in January. The announcement comes as SpaceX is preparing to go public next month in what could be the biggest IPO ever. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say. We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great, and even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit StrongTel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Truckers spend lots of hours on the road. So when it comes to staying connected, you need a headset that works just as hard as you do. Blue Parrot is the #1 headset brand for professional drivers, and we've taken the quality you've come to expect from us and made it even better. Check out our newest headsets, the Pro B350 and Pro B450, offering you more hours of talk time, better voice control, extreme comfort, and industry-leading AI voice isolation microphones. So you can spend more time talking about the important things and less time repeating yourself. To get yours, check out BlueParrot.com. Blue Parrot, here and be heard. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%, scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Want to advertise your brand on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive and help grow your business through one of the hottest radio shows and podcasts in America? We would love to hear from you. Rates have never been better to put your brand on our show, or maybe you just want to kick the tires. Email us at ssod@hotshotsecret.com and take the first steps towards taking your brand to the next level through advertising on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now, 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, so it's known as the Surface Transportation Bill, touching every corner of trucking. Just crossed its first major hurdle, the Build America 250 Act, passing the House Transportation and Infrastructure Committee by a vote of 62-2. A near unanimous vote. Drawing simultaneous praise from the likes of the Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association and the American Trucking Associations, two organizations that rarely land on the same side of anything. The 5-year authorization replacing existing surface transportation legislation that expires September 30th. Two provisions capturing the most immediate attention at the ground level. Section 5102 mandates that commercial motor vehicle operators must be granted access to restrooms at any covered establishment where they're delivering goods or waiting for cargo to be loaded. This rule applies to shippers, receivers, manufacturers, warehouses, and distribution centers. Drayage gets its own line. Terminal operators must provide sufficient restrooms in areas that drayage drivers typically assess. The ATA was direct, stating drivers servicing shippers and receivers should not be denied access to bathroom facilities, and this language makes sure they won't be. The parking section expanding on Jason's Law, the federal funding framework named after Jason Rivenberg, who was murdered in 2009, parked at an abandoned gas station. The bill gives the Department of Transportation authority to make grants for commercial vehicle parking to state and local governments and to private entities partnering with the government. New parking can go on federal highways, inside freight facilities, or onto existing infrastructure like way stations. The regulatory implications stretch well beyond those two provisions. The Secretary of Transportation must finalize broker and freight forwarder qualification rules within 2 years. That's a reform the Transportation Intermediaries Association has pushed for more than a decade now. A big one here, lease agreements between carriers and independent owner-operators will require new disclosure forms covering weekly compensation, average mileage, driver schedules, deduction breakdowns, and data on how many drivers fulfill versus exit their leases. Now, this bill specifically targets what we call those predatory leases, a term the legislation applies broadly to a situation where the carrier controls the driver's work, compensation, and debts, while the driver accrues no equity. Additional provisions commission a DOT study on cabotage violations, a revisit of ELD regulations, creation of a committee to review cargo theft, and extend the Safe Driver Apprenticeship Program. There's a lot in the mix here. The Senate Environment and Public Works Committee has not yet released their version of the bill. The text is expected in the coming months, they say. So bottom line, this bill touches nearly every segment of the trucking operations. For shippers, DCs, and terminals, assess your facility's restroom access for inbound drivers before this becomes law. That bathroom mandate applies whether you're a manufacturer or a distribution center, and existing facilities don't have to be modified. Access just cannot be denied. The broker qualification mandate and the lease disclosure requirements will carry real financial implications for the third-party logistics and owner-operators. Get ahead of both before the rulemaking clock starts ticking. That was the official breakdown from Freight Waves this past day. So making progress. Meanwhile, according to the OIDA Foundation, the latest data released on Tuesday, much of the year 2026 is going to depend on what happens in the Middle East, which could impact everything from fuel cost and interest rates to housing activity. According to the foundation, if conditions stabilize, 2026 could see a stronger, more demand-driven recovery. Breaking down, starting with the van market, demand followed seasonal trends. The South Central region reported the largest increase in demand. Midwest saw the largest decrease. Overall, freight volumes remained soft and have been largely flat since the second quarter of 2023, according to the foundation's May outlook. Rates have stayed about the 3-year average, moving average, for 6 consecutive months. Miscellaneous durable good wholesalers, furniture and home furnishing wholesalers, and food manufacturing were drivers of the van increases. Flatbed, for the 5th consecutive month, demand increased by the largest margin in the Southeast, a sharp decrease in capacity relative to the amount of freight, as well as a decline in primary metal manufacturing, cement, and concrete product manufacturing drove that increase. Rates rose in all 6 regions. Rates are up for the 14th consecutive month. In the reefer market, less freight and an increase in capacity compared to the previous month led to a decline in demand, which remained below the 2019 levels. More than half of the regions reported an increase in rates. Despite a contraction in beverage manufacturing and wholesaling, food manufacturing drove increases across the reefer market. According to the Cass Shipment Index, it was up, while the Truckload Line Haul Index indicated growth for the 7th time in 8 months. So you apply a supply-driven freight cycle. It doesn't imply strong volumes, and with higher fuel prices actually sapping consumer spending, rising interest rates sapping the housing market, this time is no different. Now, the source of this early demand increase is primarily capacity reduction. Based on historical trends, they say, those entities are expected to decline in May. That's seasonally adjusted, estimated for higher carriers. Some owner-operators are reporting that spot rates are not keeping pace with the fuel costs. March used truck sales were pretty much consistent with historical averages. The freight market, U.S. manufacturing activity remains in expansion territory, growing at the same rate as the previous month, according to the Institute for Supply Management. Housing Market Index indicated fewer builders cut prices in May than in April, but the use of sales incentives remained above 60% for the 14th consecutive month. Intermodal continues to gain momentum. Modest demand growth expected continuing through June, according to C.H. Robinson. A stronger acceleration is anticipated as we move forward through the rest of the year. Some of our industry headlines. Much more to cover. We'll get into brokers, more on the fallout from the Supreme Court decision here a few weeks ago. The American Civil Liberties Union filing a lawsuit challenging the Laramie County Sheriff's Office over their partnership with Immigration and Customs Enforcement to perform immigration enforcement. Earlier this week, the ACLU of Wyoming filing suit in the First Judicial District Court in Laramie County against Laramie County Sheriff Brian Kozak over his agency's immigration enforcement practices. The suit stems from an October of 25 action during which Kozak and 25 deputies were sworn in by Immigration and Customs Enforcement to ensure or enforce immigration law under the 287G provision of the Immigration and Nationality Act. Since that time, the Laramie County Sheriff's Office has taken part in numerous commercial vehicle enforcement activities, focusing on removing undocumented truck drivers from the road, some of which have been dubbed truck around and find out. Say that very carefully. Truck around and find out. The ACLU alleges that Kozak, the sheriff, overstepped his authority and violated Wyoming law by failing to get approval from the Laramie County Commissioners when he signed the agreements with ICE. The lawsuit accuses Kozak of failing to abide by the Wyoming Administrative Procedure Act's rulemaking process, which would have allowed community members to comment on the partnership with ICE. When it comes to decisions that affect our communities, Wyomingites deserve a transparent democratic process. Sheriff Kozak's decision to unilaterally sign these agreements without the approval of the elected county commission is not only reckless, it's illegal, according to the ACLU of Wyoming Executive Director. So looking to protect some of these drivers, undocumented illegals behind the wheel, the ACLU, of course, doing their typical thing. Sheriffs under Wyoming law have limited authority granted by statute, they say. Any agreement that the sheriff wants to enter into has to be approved by the governing authority of the municipality. This did not happen in Laramie County, according to the staff attorney for the ACLU. The separation of powers and following the rule of law is not radical. The sheriff blatantly overstepped his authority by enrolling Laramie County in agreements and robbed the community of their chance to weigh in on the matter. The Wyoming Highway Patrol and other Wyoming law enforcement agencies have also signed partnerships and agreements with Immigration and Customs Enforcement, according to the ACLU there. It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Truckers spend lots of hours on the road. So when it comes to staying connected, you need a headset that works just as hard as you do. Blue Parrot is the #1 headset brand for professional drivers, and we've taken the quality you've come to expect from us and made it even better. Check out our newest headsets, the Pro B350 and Pro B450, offering you more hours of talk time, better voice control, extreme comfort, and industry-leading AI voice isolation microphones. So you can spend more time talking about the important things and less time repeating yourself. To get yours, check out BlueParrot.com. Blue Parrot, hear and be heard.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Ready to beat the heat this summer? Keep your long haul, short haul, off-road adventure, or just stay cool while on site with Be Cool. Designed with on or off-the-road vehicles in mind, Be Cool offers you DC-powered cooling, low voltage protection, easy installation, and more. Beat the heat with Be Cool. It's the cooler way to go. With air conditioners for semi-trucks starting at $888. Get yours today. Visit b-coolaircon.com or call 778-590-5000. That's 778-590-5000.
All right, trust your week's going well. We get a new day underway here. What's happening with the Grump? Morning.
Morning. How you doing?
One day closer to the weekend.
Yeah. I was listening to you there talking about this new highway bill, this new transportation bill that was put through, and this what they submitted for this lease purchase program is absolutely stupid. It doesn't do anything to combat the lease purchase programs. I mean, you can read through it and see that it says nothing in there about the predatory leasing. You know, it just mentions it, but that's all it does. It doesn't do anything that Julia Brownlee's bill, the gal out of California, she was a Democrat, and she wrote up that predatory leasing of commercial vehicles, which is what Todd Spencer and OOIDA actually submitted. They are, endorsed. They said it was just that those lease purchase programs, and Todd, he come out and said that, regrettably, these have been around forever, and they've been used through the years to run through people like oats through a horse, and that was his quote. On and he, they fully endorsed her bill, and it wasn't even brought up during that whole portion of the transportation bill. So, if anybody thinks that this is going to do a damn thing other than transparency, we got transparency through the brokers. They're supposed to provide transparency to on every contract that they sign. Do they? Hell no. It's like pulling, pulling teeth to get the damn things out there where you can actually look at them. This isn't going to be any different. So as far as the, fighting a law or a bill, or whatever to say that, truck drivers can use the bathrooms and stuff like that, that's cool. But how's it going to work out? I expect them to put a damn porta pot out there. What are they going to do? The scales and stuff like that. Facilities like at the truck that shut trucks down for whatever reason, and then go home. You're stuck out there all night without. And then of course they don't. 90% of them doesn't have a porta pot or anything out there. I wonder if they're going to. If somebody's on the scale, that should have been something that was written up, and maybe it would, stop a lot of this, and it should have been included in the bill that if you have a driver that's shut down on your scale, you stay there all night long. You babysit that truck. If he's got to use the bathroom, then he's allowed to use the bathroom. I had one that shut me down one time on a permit on an oversized, and I said, "You got any bathroom facilities?" They said, "You can just hold it until in the morning."
Oh yeah.
And I said, "No, I'll be peeing in your damn parking lot here, Sarge. It don't make a damn to me." I said, "It's a stupid thing. Why you shut me down because I didn't have lights, that was extended out on the oversized, which, it was a permit that was a blanket permit for, and it didn't call for them, but he said you should have read the permit or the book." And I said, "Okay." And, anyway, they kind of let me go. He said, "All right, go ahead and put the lights on," because I'd have peed on his door handle. I would have gave a damn. But, when they're going to do some stupid stuff like that, when they need to have something that's uniform and, all states, if you got a permit that covers the western 11 states or whatever, they all need to be on the same page. And a lot of them are not, and this was having to be in New Mexico, and they were just being regular jackasses. But anyway, I was really surprised at that, when I read that, or, well, I, read through this, but I was really surprised when he was talking about it that Julia Brownlee's bill was not submitted on that, because that would have put a stop to a lot of this predatory leasing right off the bat. And it would have just,
I had a little, when I shared a piece from Freight Waves a couple of nights ago, it said something about given a 2-year window to come back to them about the predatory leases. Is that not what they've been doing anyway? Just looking into it, and then they'll report back.
Well, yeah, and what that tells me right there is the fact that, they had campaign donors, which is probably some of the big ATA trucking companies, that called up, because the ATA was giddy about it, what they submitted. They were like, "Oh, that's just awesome." They're not going to get any kind of transparency out of that, and that tells me that the donors, called up whoever was supporting this bill and saying, "Look, we're donating, thousands of dollars to your damn campaign, and we make a lot of money off this, off these leasing programs. Damn the fact that they ruin guys' lives with them. That's secondary. When it comes to these political whores that we call politicians, that they'll sell their soul for $1 for a campaign dollar, and that just seems to me like that's what it did. I can't believe that OOIDA said that they were on board with this. If maybe they weren't directing it directly toward that leasing program there, but it's the same way through the brokers. They got a provision in there about the brokers and how they're going to combat that, the chameleon brokers and things like that. And it's all it is, Steve, is $750 million or $1 billion, and they're going to kick the can on down the damn road a little further. And the bill really doesn't do a hell of a lot to help anything. Jason's Law, that's a good thing. On the parking and stuff like that. They allotted quite a bit of dollars in there for fresh parking, and where trucks can get off the damn highway and stuff. But it's still not going to stop anything from guys parking alongside. Hell, I'm sitting alongside the road right now at a business I got to deliver to, and of course I got a security guard here watching my truck and stuff, so that's fine. I'll be here all night, but it's there. I think there's just a lot more that could be done to this. They don't really listen to the truck driver. They listen to truck companies. They listen to just shippers and receivers. The big money people and stuff. That's one reason why you see such a decline in these the smaller trucking companies right now. It's because nobody hears your voice. At one time, OOIDA I thought used to hear our voice, but I don't think they necessarily do that so much anymore. I mean, they it just doesn't seem like it when you read through these bills and stuff and say, yeah, they kind of endorse that, really? I mean, how in the hell does that help the little guy? But, that's just my opinion on it. And as I like to say, it's just my opinion. But, you've been around this business a long time. Hell, how long I've been talking to you, over 20 years. We've talked about stuff like this, for a good while. And, has it gotten any better? I doubt it. I don't know. I think, I don't know.
Well, some things are definitely moving forward. I love how they're cracking down on the non-domiciled and the non-English and the illegals behind the wheel. Let's get a news break. A service of industrial injection. Since 1985, diesel owners have counted on us. From light-duty pickups to heavy-duty equipment, industrialinjection.com.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud? Always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Truckers spend lots of hours on the road. So when it comes to staying connected, you need a headset that works just as hard as you do. Blue Parrot is the #1 headset brand for professional drivers, and we've taken the quality you've come to expect from us and made it even better. Check out our newest headsets, the Pro B350 and Pro B450, offering you more hours of talk time, better voice control, extreme comfort, and industry-leading AI voice isolation microphones. So you can spend more time talking about the important things and less time repeating yourself. To get yours, check out BlueParrot.com. Blue Parrot, here and
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
It looks like they want to just make a deal. They want to, I don't think they have a choice. They're just going back to the internet because they're getting clobbered. Their economy is in free fall.
The straits have to be open. They're going to be open one way or the other. So they need to be open. What's happening there is unlawful. It's illegal. It's unsustainable. It's illegal. It's unacceptable.
The U.S. is conducting additional defensive strikes against targets in southern Iran. That's according to officials who say the site threatened U.S. forces as well as shipping lanes. They emphasize the ceasefire with Iran is still in place despite the strikes and threats of retaliation. Israel says the head of the Hamas military wing was killed in a strike on Gaza.
Israeli authorities say newly appointed Hamas chief Mohammed Odeh was killed in northern Gaza Tuesday, just days after his predecessor was killed in an airstrike. There's been no response from Hamas. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
Vice President J.D. Vance says government fraud is a priority issue that should concern all Americans.
We're protecting the American taxpayers who shouldn't have their money stolen by fraudsters. And of course, we're protecting the people who need these services.
At a White House roundtable, Vance said investigators have uncovered schemes involving around $20 billion in alleged taxpayer fraud, much of it tied to Medicaid and hospice services. He's leading a White House anti-fraud task force at the direction of President Trump. Former President Joe Biden has filed a lawsuit against the Justice Department to block the release of audio recordings tied to interviews with his biographer. The materials came from special counsel report Hers Classified Documents probe, where no charges were filed. Biden's team says the release is politically motivated and never intended for public disclosure. Well, it was a good day on Wall Street.
At the closing bell, the Dow added 182 points, the S&P 500 gained 1 point, and the Nasdaq rose 18 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
No matter who we are or where we come from, we all experience difficulties in life.
Military veterans know that sometimes it takes strength and determination to make it through.
Whether it's obvious physical challenges or struggles on the inside, it takes strength to ask for help when you need it.
I knew that I had to get support, not just for me, but for the sake of my wife and kids.
Talking about it has helped me feel more like myself again.
Honestly, it was hard to open up at first, but it's changed my life for the better.
Learn how veterans like us have reached out for help. And hear stories of strength and recovery at MakeTheConnection.net.
A Republican-drawn Alabama congressional map is being blocked by a federal judge.
A 3-judge panel maintained the 2023 map likely discriminates against black voters. The judges said the recent Supreme Court decision that narrowed the Voting Rights Act doesn't impact that finding. The ruling means unless the Supreme Court steps in, Alabama will have to use a court-drawn map for this year's midterms that includes a second majority black district. Republicans and Democrats have been in a race to redraw congressional maps across the country to try and pick up as many seats as possible in November's midterms. I'm Mark Mayfield.
A Florida man, Jorge Nunez, is suing Carnival Cruise Line for $5 million, alleging he suffered second-degree burns after walking barefoot on a pool deck in May 2025. The lawsuit claims the company failed to warn passengers about dangerous deck temperatures, and at least 25 similar burn cases occurred between 2019 and 2025. There are new UAP files being released under the Trump administration.
NASA Administrator Jared Isaacman says newly declassified UAP files released under the Trump administration show unexplained aerial phenomena, but no evidence of recovered alien craft or bodies. He says the recordings highlight how past military and intelligence reports were not fully analyzed, and that today's transparency push is bringing more data into public view. Officials emphasize the focus is on documentation and analysis, not confirmation of extraterrestrial life. Ron Warner, USA Radio News.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Would you know where to turn if you or a loved one became paralyzed? For thousands of families, the National Paralysis Resource Center has been that lifeline. But now federal funding's at risk. Sherman Gillums Jr., a partially paralyzed Marine veteran with the Christopher and Dana Reeve Foundation, explains why.
This is about more than just a budget line. It's about veterans, caregivers, and families, real people who need these resources to live more productive and independent lives.
Learn more at ChristopherReeve.org.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Truckers spend lots of hours on the road. So when it comes to staying connected, you need a headset that works just as hard as you do. Blue Parrot is the #1 headset brand for professional drivers, and we've taken the quality you've come to expect from us and made it even better. Check out our newest headsets, the Pro B350 and Pro B450, offering you more hours of talk time, better voice control, extreme comfort, and industry-leading AI voice isolation microphones. So you can spend more time talking about the important things and less time repeating yourself. To get yours, check out BlueParrot.com. Blue Parrot, hear and be heard.
Alrighty, just like that, we got a new day rolling our way from time zone to time zone as we turn the page on the calendar. 28th day of May coming our way. Wow. Ready or not, final weekend of May almost here, rolling into June. Which means the the official kickoff of Atlantic hurricane season. And forecasters are watching closely conditions. They tell us from Mexico's Yucatan Peninsula to the waters surrounding Florida could become more favorable for tropical development in the coming days. Now, they say while we always monitor the tropics for potential threats, we're going to be keeping a close eye on the central and eastern Gulf and the southwestern Atlantic. According to AccuWeather's lead hurricane expert, Alex De Silva, there's a possibility this region can experience some early tropical development. Now, the chance of development low in the short term. There's a lot of wind shear right now, but as that shear relaxes, conditions could become more favorable for an area of low pressure to develop. They believe the highest chance for development be coming down the pike during the middle and latter part of next week. Sea surface temperatures are running above average in those areas, generally within a few degrees of 80. That's pretty much close to the threshold needed for tropical development. Now, should a storm form, where it develops would likely determine its track. Something forming over the central or eastern Gulf would be more likely to track northeastward. One that develops over the southwestern Gulf, the Bay of Campeche area, could move westward into Mexico. Now, even if nothing develops, conditions through mid-June look wetter overall across the Sunshine State, which could help ease the drought conditions there. Technically, significant rain will be needed to substantially reduce or end the drought. However, if a tropical depression or tropical storm forms close enough to Florida, several inches of rain could fall. We could see some localized flooding. How rough the seas become across the region would depend on the organization and strength of any storm. At the very least, locally heavy squalls, gusty winds, and rapidly changing weather conditions could pose hazards for beachgoers and boaters from the northwest Caribbean and the Gulf to the southwestern Atlantic. Of course, rolling into the time of year where the summer travel vacation season really begins kicking in. Meanwhile, back to the Grump. Thanks for hanging in there. Talking trucking.
Yeah. There was a lot of things in this bill, though, that really kind of bothered me. If you look at the cabotage laws, I mean, it's, it specifically says on there that there has been long allegations that some of the non-U.S. carriers are regularly violating cabotage laws. The study mandated by the Surface Transportation Committee will study the impact of illegal cabotage in the United States, but it's been known for ever since dating all the way back to let's see here, back to the George Bush days. Back when NAFTA came into play there, that carriers coming into the United States, Canadians can, if they deliver somewhere in the interior of the United States, has been able to pick a load up and take it back to somewhere like, say, Seattle or something like that. If they're going back to Vancouver, drop it there and then go on home. I've seen that thousands of times. We used to argue with these people because there was a shipper out in Yakima, Washington, where I used to pick apples up in a hopper, and we'd take them all the way down to the border, down to Texas, in Brownsville, Texas, and places like that. Well, they got to letting Canadian trucks take them down there. They would take them down there and they'd dump them there, and then they would pick up whatever it was that was coming across the border to take it back to Canada. And nobody said a damn word about it. We reported it and said, look, what's the deal here? Well, they can legally do that. Well, all this money here that they're giving out for this cabotage law, all it's supposed to do is study it. It's not supposed to do anything else. And it's no different than like I said, the leasing programs or anything else. It's this bill is packed full of studies, Steve. It's not doing anything that's preventative. You know, you look at the parking law. You know, there Jason's law is, and the basis behind it. It's going to look to expand parking in a lot of aspects, but when you get into the grant process, that's going to happen on that. Are they going to expand parking, or are they going to fix parking? You know, it's very vague on how that's going to be handled. You know yourself that these big damn travel centers that has holes in their parking lots and stuff like that's going to be going after these grants to say we can better our parking. They can prove that just to get taxpayers to fund the damn bill for their jacked up prices in the damn truck stop, when they should be taking some of that money, instead of paying out bonuses and every damn thing else, fix their parking lots. There's some truck stops that there's two in particular that I go to all the time, and they're always asking for input on what they can do better and stuff like that. And I said, try fixing that bomb crater you got out in the parking lot. Well, hell, I went back through there a day later, and they're the concrete truck's out there, and they've already cut it out and fixing it. And they say, we see it, but we got to get a lot of input and what guys want the most, stuff we want to be able to drive in your parking lots. And there's a lot of these big ones that just, hell, it's like, I've driven on better damn roads in Baghdad than what we got in some of these truck stop parking lots, or here in the United States for that matter. Like go across Indiana, make sure you got everything in the damn truck tied down, because you're going to get it jarred out of there. But it's, I know they're looking at things, and it's, that's fine. I mean, everything from, the broker qualification and requirements and the surface transportation bill, they, required the Secretary of Transportation within 2 years to issue a final rule that would, implement any kind of new bill or any kind of new regulations toward brokers. Now they got 2 years to, still screw you over. So I don't know. I don't want to sound all negative about this. I mean, but I just don't see anything in here that's really, that great. None of that slap your mama stuff.
So all the things we know where the problems exist, and some of those actually have standalone legislation that's introduced. Is that the route they're going to have to take? Going with
that's
more.
That's the route they should.
Okay.
Yeah, you're exactly right. That's the route they should have taken, on some of that stuff, instead of adding it to this bill, because there'll be so many, so much of the money will be transferred to other places, and it'll never see the light of day. And like I said, when you get into grants and stuff like that for expanded parking, what's the language going to be on the expanded parking? To be able to paint new lines so you'll know where in the hell to park. They consider that expanded parking, stuff like that. A lot of it is for federal facilities, to be able to park in federal facilities, offer, new money at scale houses to be able to expand their parking, so that, if they do shut you down, I guess there's plenty of parking there, or, for guys to park there at night and sleep. Some of them, like in Kentucky and other places, they got safe havens. When you get in there and park, they don't bother you. They tell you right flat, we're not going to mess with you. But when you get ready to go back to work and you cross our scale, leaving the place, you're fair game. Okay, well, that's expected. I mean, hell, it's no different than doing a roadside inspection out here when you leave the side of the road or a truck stop. So I'm good with that. And if that's what they want to do, expand, parking like that and buy up more land and stuff to do that with, hell, I'm good with that. But if, truck stops are going to be adding new parking areas and things like that to expand trucks, so the truck parking's better. What they need to do is teach some of these dumbass drivers how to back up straight and park. I mean, hell, that's a big thing. You had a Swift driver just left. Well, that opened up 3 parking spaces. So, that's the kind of thing that we see out here. I guess it's good and stuff. To that aspect, but there's a lot of stuff like the cabotage laws and stuff like this. They need to just stop it, period. And the only way they're going to stop that is carriers that come across the border that has to register, that registration has to be, that number that they use, whether it's their PARS number or however in the hell they get across here, has to be on the bill of lading that they're when they're picking up. If it's not going across the border, then that needs to be reported to DOT or whatever, and so that they can monitor where their trucks are at all the time. When they say there are only, probably 30,000 trucks down here at any given time, I think that's a load of crap. I think half of Canada's down here most of the time, and look at all the Mexican trucks that are coming up. It just, hell today. I mean, I was getting fuel. I was pulling up my truck to get fuel. Damn Manitoba truck comes off the scale, pulls up in front of me and starts backing up at me. I said, what the hell are you doing, dude? Some Pakistani driver in there. I got to go get the scale ticket. I said, well, you better take your ass out there in that parking lot, or that turbine's going to be a tourniquet. So I'm tired of this crap. It just, stupid stuff like that. That's what we see down here a lot. And it's like it's acceptable. It's like that's an acceptable practice that guys can just be dumbasses. And I'm not just picking on, any particular guy. I'm saying that's the norm now. It's like, all the older drivers that used to talk, try to teach some sense to these idiots is gone. When you look at the 5-year turnover rate and that's dropping to 3 years. They're in and out and gone. They've tore up enough crap in 3 years that they don't need to tear up anymore, so they're out of here, So there's a lot of room for improvement on this, and I hope the hell they really look at it. And I know I'm going to be punching out some letters and sending it up to, Mark Alford, my, congressman, and Josh Hawley and a couple others, and stuff, and, on the Surface Transportation Committee that I've written things before for, and so, questioning some of this stuff and say, look, where's this going? It's not helping the industry all that much when you put extensions on stuff and you just, offer up a big damn bill that has a lot of stuff in it and then kicks other things down the road. This is stuff that should have been addressed a long time ago, and one of it is that lease purchase program. That's driven off more drivers because, they're dead broke, number one. They don't run any kind of credit checks. It's all in-house financing and stuff like that. And the other thing is this ghost, these ghost down payments. If you match, I'll match your down payment up to $10,000. If you got $5,000 to put down on a truck, well, these are dealers that does that crap. And you slap down $5,000, and what they do is jack the price up an additional $5,000, then take it off and say that they donated $5,000 or they applied that amount to the loan. And they didn't. That's against the law. I mean, that's falsifying bank documents. That's federal. And yet they still get by with this crap. There's a lot of things in this industry that is allowed to happen just so that they can finance guys and get them out there and sell their damn trucks and stuff like that. Tell me that's not predatory lending. It's just as bad as the damn lease purchase programs as far as I'm concerned. But, you want to talk a little bit about this Middle East stuff right now?
What do you think?
I think Trump needs to get off his ass and start blowing some stuff up if he's going to do this. Let's get this over with. I mean, fuel prices has come down some, but not enough to, next week they'll probably be as high or higher. And, quit talking about this damn straight and get the damn thing open. I think they just need to start unloading some tomahawks and stuff in some strategic areas. What is it? Carg Island or whatever the hell that is.
Right.
Yeah, they need to have some Marines knocking on the doors there and just take that over right now and just because hell, they just launched missiles into Kuwait. They've, I don't know what Trump was talking about when he was talking about, what was it, Oman?
Oman,
yeah. Talking about Oman. Yeah. That he was talking about, if we had to bomb them or whatever, or, whatever it was. I didn't catch it, but, right now we don't need to be, starting another front we don't need to mess with. But this has turned out to be a lot longer, and in the very beginning I kind of figured, and I think I said it to you, that it won't take us long to wipe out their military. It didn't take that long, but it's all these hidden things that we don't know about, that Mossad and other people that, the Jordanians and people that didn't plot, or didn't pass along to the United States, we're still seeing them roll out drones here and there and launch them. And, they're mobile. Hell, they fold up the wings and everything else on them. They can park them anywhere, in somebody's living room for all that is. But, they're more harassment than they are anything. I mean, they do, sometimes kill somebody, but, primarily they're just harassing the hell out of, the neighbors and stuff like that. It's just, this Gulf of Oman's what, is, in the Straits of Hormuz is what's got me, kind of pissed off. I don't know why they're tolerating that, and just flat telling Iran, if we see another boat, or we see anything else, you're done. We're just going to, let's get it over with. The hell with this messing around. And it's not helping him. It's not helping Trump's numbers a damn bit. I think his likability is down to 37% or 36% or something like that. Yeah, we just had, primaries all over the country and had 118 wins and, and no losses and stuff like that. But, what does that tell you? I mean, that Trump supported, well, that's fine. We're looking at that. We hope to hell that midterms rolls around, that they're going to be able to hold the House and hold the Senate, because the next 2 years will be nothing but impeachments. You know that, and I know that. And, but right now, I think his comments should be to whoever's running Iran, get your hard hat on, because they're going to be crap falling all over the place. We're tired of this. Either let's get it done or what are you going to do? I mean, it's, really, I don't think they got any I don't think they got any kind of enriched uranium dust or anything else. I think they were full of crap on the very, they run their mouths. They probably got it on the very first go round last year.
Mm-hmm.
And when they just destroyed the facility, why would they want to go through all that pain and suffering if they actually had it and said, look, we can produce, this amount. We have this left. This is what you didn't destroy. It wouldn't surprise me a bit, the way they lie about things. And Iran's always been known to be the liars of the Middle East, and the troublemakers. And, it just, I don't know. There's a lot of things that's not making sense. And the more you think about it, the more I say, let's just get it over with. Just start, I don't want to see boots on the ground over there. We shouldn't have boots on the ground, but they're shooting down a few drones and this and that. I'd be trying to find out who in the hell's running that outfit right now, put a missile up his ass, and say, when you get the next one in line here, he better have a better thought process than that last idiot, because he ain't doing so well right now. They need to start doing something here. And I don't know why in the hell he took his foot off the gas when he did. I mean, it just, let's have a little breakdown here, and let's have a ceasefire for a little while. Let them think about things. No, you don't do that. I thought that was kind of stupid. I don't know who the hell he listened to, but they shouldn't have, took their foot off the gas. They should have just kept pounding the hell out of them until they became submissive on what we want. And you got the Kurds that's supposed to be pouring in from the north. They got a bunch of them that's coming down. They tried arming, sending weapons down to the Iranians, the dissidents and the rebels and people like that wants to fight the Iranian, regime right now, the Ayatollah and his bunch of idiots, and what happened, the damn Kurds kept them and took them back into Iraq, and that's pretty typical of the Kurds. I lived around them guys for, 6 months, and, if you don't understand anything about the Kurds, they're nuts. They'll fight anybody, anytime. They don't give a damn whether they live, die, or whatever. They fight each other if they ain't got anybody else to fight. And that's, if they ever made it down into the southern part or any of the big cities or anything like that, I think they would fare well in a fighting the military or the Republican Guard they have down in those areas. I think they would fare quite well with that. But I don't think for a second that they want to, pass along weapons to people that might use them on them later. And that's the way the Kurds think. But I don't know. We need to do something, and need to do it fast. And it's, midterms are coming up. People are getting, wallets are getting empty on fuel and gas prices and food prices and every damn thing else that's went up. They're getting mad, pissed off about this and that. And people are going to call you up now and say, well, that's just the price you pay. No, it ain't the price you pay. That's not the price we pay for what's going on. We don't, you don't piss off everybody in the United States, and then say, well, you just got to be patient, and everybody's going to suffer just a little bit. No, businesses are closing, trucking companies are going out of business because they can't afford the damn fuel, and their contracts, you got shippers and people that are just not paying fuel surcharges. They just refuse to. If they wanted to do something else, add that to the damn transportation bill. When the fuel prices go up, they make them force them to pay the fuel surcharge or adjust the rates, but they're not doing it. So that's my thoughts on that. So I'll sit back for a little bit here and see what everybody else got to cuss me out about.
Hey, that's you got a reputation to uphold, Grump. So oil prices were down. Yeah, you read one headline, then oil prices rebounding after the new military strikes this past day near the Strait of Hormuz. Reuters reporting the overnight operation targeted an Iranian military site that U.S. officials had posed a threat to our forces and commercial vessels near the strait. Of course, that following reports the U.S. intercepted and destroyed several Iranian drones launched toward shipping lanes and American assets in the Gulf. Wall Street Journal reported U.S. fighter jets struck a drone control station after American aircraft shot down 4 Iranian attack drones believed to threaten maritime traffic. Now, this just days after Central Command described what was self-defense strikes. This was separate from that targeted Iranian missile launch sites and Revolutionary Guard boats attempting to lay mines in the Strait of Hormuz. Spokesperson for Central Command said earlier strikes were carried out to protect our troops from threats posed by Iranian forces. Wall Street Journal said U.S. officials described the latest strikes as limited and defensive rather than part of a broader escalation campaign. So it's, again, just more of the status quo. Come on, what's it going to be? The clock continues to tick. News, a service of industrial injection serving Cat, Cummins, Detroit, and more. Fuel injection, turbochargers, and complete engine solutions. The knowledge you trust, the quality you depend on. Industrial injection.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. U.S. forces have launched fresh defensive strikes in southern Iran, hitting a military site they say posed a risk to American troops and commercial traffic. Former CIA official Davis Rush has been arrested and charged with stealing more than 300 gold bars worth over $40 million from the federal government. Investigators say he stored the gold at his Virginia home. The case remains under investigation. American Airlines will be using Starlink for its in-flight Wi-Fi.
The carrier announced Tuesday plans to install the SpaceX internet provider on over 500 of its Airbus planes starting early next year. American began offering complimentary Wi-Fi for its frequent flyers in January. The announcement comes as SpaceX is preparing to go public next month in what could be the biggest IPO ever. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say. We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great. It even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit strongtel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups yours today. Truckers spend lots of hours on the road. So when it comes to staying connected, you need a headset that works just as hard as you do. Blue Parrot is the #1 headset brand for professional drivers, and we've taken the quality you've come to expect from us and made it even better. Check out our newest headsets, the Pro B350 and Pro B450, offering you more hours of talk time, better voice control, extreme comfort, and industry-leading AI voice isolation microphones. So you can spend more time talking about the important things and less time repeating yourself. To get yours, check out BlueParrot.com. Blue Parrot, hear and be heard.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Ready to beat the heat this summer? Keep your long haul, short haul, off-road adventure, or just stay cool while on site with Be Cool. Designed with on or off-the-road vehicles in mind, Be Cool offers you DC-powered cooling, low voltage protection, easy installation, and more. Beat the heat with Be Cool. It's the cooler way to go. With air conditioners for semi-trucks starting at $888. Get yours today. Visit b-coolaircon.com or call 778-590-5000. That's 778-590-5000.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
Want to advertise your brand on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive and help grow your business through one of the hottest radio shows and podcasts in America? We would love to hear from you. Rates have never been better to put your brand on our show, or maybe you just want to kick the tires. Email us at ssod@hotshotsecret.com and take the first steps towards taking your brand to the next level through advertising on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
I just did a quick search. Yeah, oil prices. Yeah, right now, like $79.81. I believe that's the Texas, West Texas Intermediate. Brent crude 86.42. I mean, every time you turn around, a spike in the price and then a drop in the price. Yeah, Iran threatening that they want to be in control of the strait. And that's, one of the sticking points. Trump says that ain't going to happen. And when Trump referenced Oman, the question came up, I guess, this past day. Yeah, something about Oman wanting to be in control of the strait. Yeah, which the President Trump said, no one is going to control the strait. It's going to be open to everyone, and we're going to monitor it. And he took it a little further, saying, if Oman thinks they're going to control the strait, we'll have to bomb them too. Have to blow them up or something. Can't remember his exact quote, but... So up and down they go. Meanwhile, the actual... the death certificate revealed. Kyle Busch. A rapid series of complications that started with bacterial pneumonia, escalating to sepsis, and then eventually what they refer to as hemorrhagic shock. It described what medical officials called a chain of events. He'd been suffering from bacterial pneumonia. It may have been days, it may have been weeks before his condition deteriorated. that pneumonia progressed into sepsis, which of course is a life-threatening response to infection. And medical examiners determined likely lasted about 1 day. That's how quickly. The sepsis triggered disseminated intravascular coagulation, a condition where small blood clots form throughout the bloodstream, interfering with blood flow to vital organs in our body. That condition ultimately led to hemorrhagic shock caused by severe blood loss. Remember the day before his passing, when he was in the simulator there, became unresponsive, and the 911 call said he was coughing up blood. NASCAR announced his death just hours after the family disclosed he had been hospitalized, as we know. In the days before he passed, they say fellow drivers and even fans kind of noticed he appeared ill, obviously, during race events. Of course, replaying the audio from Watkins Glen, requesting medical assistance after complaining he felt unwell. So that's the end of the line. I guess hindsight being 2020, so many said that, following that race, he said, I'm going to need a shot from the doctor. I'm guessing that would, maybe it was an antibiotic sort of thing. I need some are now saying medical experts say he should have been hospitalized following that race to maybe do further evaluation. And let's check in with Eagle here on a Friday Eve, shall we call it. What's happening, Eagle?
Okay. Yeah, how you doing, Steve? Hey, you got a lot of things to talk about tonight, Steve, as usual. I'm trying to figure out which subject to start on first, but since we got breaking news again tonight, I'm gonna start with that on what's going on with Donald Trump in this Iranian war situation. You know, Steve, I've been telling you this for the last couple of months now, and it's real obvious, as of the last couple of days. Iran seems to feel like they have the ace card, that they're the one in the front of the table, that they're the one that's going to make the deal go down, that they're the one that's actually winning the war. Because see, in none of these so-called requests that they're sending to Donald Trump, Steve, they're still forgetting about neglecting to say that they're going to end the nuclear program and they're going to give up the nuclear material. And I told you this for months now. If they was going to give it up, I said that last night. If they was going to give it up, they would already gave it up by now. They have no intention of giving it up, Steve. It's going to have to be taken away from them. That's right. That's exactly what I said. It's going to have to be taken away. It's going to have to be taken away by force at this point. There's no more negotiating with these individuals, Steve, because, see, they don't want to negotiate. They want the deal to end. They want the war to end on their terms. But, see, here's the mistake that I hope Donald Trump doesn't make, Steve. See, because he's under a lot of pressure right now to try to end this war. What Trump doesn't want to do is end the war under bad circumstances where he just goes on and sign a deal and said, okay, well, we have stopped Iran from having a nuclear weapon for the next couple of years, and we're going to forget about the nuclear. We're going to forget about the nuclear dust. That's the worst mistake Trump can make, Steve, is to pull troops out without finishing the job. Because see, people are already mad to begin with about the war going on, and then if he goes through with this and doesn't finish the job, that's going to make it even worse. If he lets the Iranians have the upper hand, and like I said, that's the reason why he's bombing tonight. I understand he's launching some missiles into Iran, and just like Rump said, man, I've been telling you this for months now, Steve. He needs to go ahead and finish the job. I told you there was a once in the final, and I said that weeks ago, a once in the final order. You're gonna sign this contract, which states you're not gonna have a nuclear weapon, and you're gonna give up the nuclear material, or Iran will no longer exist. Just that simple. It's up to you at this point, and there won't be no more second chances or third chance. This is you. When it's all said and done, Steve, if I was running things, they'd wish they would have signed the contract, because Iran would no longer exist. because I'd have to go ahead and do the deal because they've had more than enough time to get the job done. Iran, and it's very obvious they don't want. They even had to insult Trump again, Steve, today, having the nerve to say that they want to control the Strait.
Mm-hmm.
They still think that they should have the opportunity to control the Strait and charge ships up to $1 million to make their way through the Strait. No, it doesn't work like that. And if that's the way they think it, Steve, then there's only one thing that can be done at this point. And you and I both know what it is. I was hoping it was. I don't want to see it. I don't like to see people lose their life. I don't like to see death and destruction. But this is the only thing these people understand, Steve. A couple of months ago, I was even sympathetic, something that I very rarely do. And you even told me you even said it to my face. You said, "Well, Eagle, that's what these people are live like. They only understand." When Donald Trump was talking real nasty to him, I said, "Well, how come Trump can't talk nice to these people?" And you said, "Well, that's the only thing in language they understand." Okay, well, that's you're right about that, Steve. That is the only thing they understand is somebody putting their force down with power, and Trump is going to have to eventually go ahead and show that power and show that the United States is the number one country in the world, and go ahead and end this situation, and bring in another leader. If they have to bring in their own hand-picked man, then that's what they got to do. Now, I want to talk about Marco Rubio right quick, Steve. The more I see this guy, Marco Rubio, about a year or two ago, I was on the bandwagon saying that Trump, when he leaves the White House in 28, that J.D. Vance would be the man for the job. But the more I see J.D. Vance is not the man for the job, Steve. Marco Rubio is the man for the job in 2028 for president. That's who's gonna get my vote. I don't know if I'm gonna stand. I think the JD is a little bit too weak for me. I don't like the fact that he backs down on things, and it seems like Donald Trump has gave him the so-called opportunity to be the czar of this fraud.
Yes,
that seems like an insult to me because he should be more concerned with trying to get the job done with this Iran, get this deal done with Iran. He gave Rubio that job. And it seemed to me like that's an insult, a slap in the face to me. If I was Vance, I'd be upset about being in charge of fraud instead of trying to get this war over with. So, like I said, I don't know if that shows Trump doesn't have any faith in the man or not. I don't know. But at this point, Steve, my vote is going with Rubio. I like the way the man talks on TV. He's talking exactly the way I'm talking. He's saying that Iran is not going to they're not running this deal, this situation. The United States is, and we'll end the war on our terms, not their terms. It's going to be on the United States terms, and that's exactly the way it should be. Iran is not going to control the Strait. They're not going to have a nuclear weapon, and they keep the nuclear enrichment material. That's the way you have to talk to these individuals, and that's the way Rubio. That's the way you have to talk to these individuals. So Rubio is my man for 28. Now, as far as these other situations go, Steve, something I want to talk about, and that's with this View television station, View. I talked to you before about these people on the View, and they still continue day after day after day badmouth Donald Trump and the United States of America, Whoopi Goldberg, Joy Behar, and the other two losers they got on the show. They hate the United, especially Whoopi Goldberg. She hates the country that she lives in. She actually hoping that things go bad for the United States in the war, Steve. That we actually lose out to Iran. They got their fingers crossed. They got their fingers crossed that Democrats will come back into power. People like this loser they got down there in Texas that's supposed to be running for the Senate. The Democratic guy, this guy here, they cannot allow him to get into the Senate to represent the state of Texas. This guy is a complete embarrassment. But this is the type of people that the Whoopi Goldbergs and like that represent, Steve. And I ask you this question all the time. I wonder if you won't see a television program like that in China, North Korea, nor Russia. You know why? Because they don't allow that type of stuff to go on their television program. If you don't like the country you live in, you need to make your way to another place. And several people have done that. Trump asked to leave, and they have left the United States. And hopefully one day, Steve, I'm hoping real soon, I will turn on my television and Whoopi Goldberg will no longer be appearing on The View, and they'll say that she just got aboard an airplane headed out of the United States, never to come back. Because I'm tired of hearing these people badmouth the United States and badmouth in the country they live in. Because if it's that bad, you need to find somewhere where you can be happy. And if you're not happy in the United States, you're more than welcome to get the hell out of the country. And I thank you for taking my call.
Maybe Roseanne would let him rent her out a room. Let me see here. Thanks, Eagle. Good to hear from you. It's 844-844-3388. Moving ahead. Broker liability. We touched on that with the Grump here a bit earlier. Freight waves this past day breaking down. But before the landmark Supreme Court ruling, some courts had held brokers could not be sued for negligent hiring. A federal appeals court has already sent one such case back to trial court in this new legal landscape due to the Supreme Court ruling. Can brokers be held liable for negligent hiring when an unsafe motor carrier that they hired is involved in a crash? That's been the center of a heated debate, with even federal circuit courts disagreeing on the answer. 4 circuit courts have ruled on broker liability. The 9th and the 6th circuit courts have ruled brokers are on the hook. Meanwhile, the 7th and 11th circuit courts invoked the FAAA preemption. Now we've got the Supreme Court putting that debate to rest here a couple weeks ago with the unanimous decision siding with the 9th and 6th circuit courts, finding that a trucker who lost a leg in a crash with another truck can sue C.H. Robinson for negligent hiring. While the Supreme Court case was pending, there were several broker liability cases around the country that were on hold. One of those cases involves Echo Global Logistics. In January of 22, a motor carrier that Echo Global Logistics hired, which was S&J Logistics, crashed into multiple vehicles stuck in construction traffic on I-85 in South Carolina. One man was killed and his family sued the shipper, the carrier, and the broker. Plaintiffs' attorneys in the case argued that Echo Global should have known S&J Logistics was an unsafe carrier. According to the lawsuit, a look at the FMCSA publicly available data would have revealed and authorized motor carrier for less than 12 months. There was no safety rating, only 3 trucks, and a service violation history that was above the national average. Further inquiry would have shown the carrier had no driver training program as required by the FMCSA, no policies, procedures, or programs in place for safety, quality control, vehicle maintenance, or other requirements, that the driver/co-owner just graduated from truck driving school less than 2 years earlier and had been submitting falsified or inaccurate logbooks. January of 24, South Carolina Federal District Court dismissed Echo Global Logistics from the case. Since South Carolina falls within the 4th Circuit, which has not ruled on broker liability, the district court judge drew from other appellate courts that have. In that particular case, the judge sided with the 7th and 11th Circuit courts, dismissing the broker. Plaintiffs filed an appeal in the 4th Circuit last March. In October, the Supreme Court decided to hear a similar case involving C.H. Robinson, putting Echo Logistics back on hold. Now, with the Supreme Court ultimately ruling that brokers like Echo can be held liable, the 4th Circuit vacated the judge's ruling, sending that case now back under the new Supreme Court precedent. With Echo back in the defendant's seat all of a sudden, the broker will have to face claims of negligently hiring an unsafe motor carrier. The facts of this case differ from the C.H. Robinson case. Plaintiffs have to show that the brokers should have known that a motor carrier was unsafe. In the C.H. Robinson case, the carrier it hired had a what they call conditional safety rating and out-of-service rates twice the national average for both drivers and vehicles. In the Echo Global case, the publicly available information was much less egregious, not nearly as much information available there, but a lot of twists and turns as we move forward. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
Hey, good to have you on board. Rolling into a brand new day. And a shout out to Scrapyard, waving 05 from the Springdale Depot. Yeah, I thought I was going to need a set of oars and a life jacket here. I got numerous flash flood warnings. Anyway, time to grab some grub. I'll be back later. All right, down in Arkansas, yeah, they've had the heavy rains tonight. Hello, Gary, Montgomery. Morning, Steve. The overnight crew, 66 Southwest Ohio at this hour. Thanks for checking in. Well, Senor Heatwave, what's happening?
Oh, I just want to talk about what Grump was, talking about there. Grump, earlier, was this year, probably last year, you were worried about your 401k. And, you had great concerns over it. And I told you, you know what? Give Trump some time. It'll come back. And I don't know what you're invested in, but the stock market is as high as it's ever been. So I would hopefully assume that your stock portfolio, your 401 portfolio, is where it needs to be for whenever you retire, or hopefully you do retire, whenever that is. So as far as attacking Iran right now, you got to think the CIA and Mossad are right there, and they're tracking these idiots. And Trump has shown some extreme patience. I know the two-time world champion bull hauler has had his issues as well. with, let's get this over with. I would like to see this over with, but I think Trump is showing that he is willing to work. And he's giving them time, and he's giving them rope to hang them damn selves with. And then once time is up at his choosing, and when they got all the targets verified and they got the routines down, I think we're going to see some fireworks well before the 4th of July. So that is my feeling, and that is my hope. And as far as what Eagle was talking about, the Secretary of State's job is to go out to foreign countries and talk with either his counterpart or the presidents of those countries, or
right,
prime ministers or whatever. That is his job. It's not that Trump don't have any confidence in J.D. Vance. I mean, hell, what did Pence do?
Yeah, that's a good point. We'll pause there. And I meant to say, I think, there's a long way between now and the 28 election. I think Marco's already said he's not going to run if J.D. is going to be on the ticket, but hold the thought. News, a service of industrial injection since 1985. Diesel owners have counted on us. From light-duty pickups to heavy-duty equipment, industrialinjection.com.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
They're negotiating on fumes, so we'll see what happens. Maybe we have to go back and finish it. Maybe we don't.
U.S. forces have launched fresh defensive strikes in southern Iran, hitting a military site they say posed a risk to American troops and commercial traffic. Officials say the operation does not break the ceasefire, which remains in place even as tensions rise again. Former CIA official Davis Rush has been arrested and charged with stealing more than 300 gold bars worth over $40 million from the federal government. Investigators say he stored the gold at his Virginia home. The case remains under investigation. The Trump administration is suing the University of California, Los Angeles, accusing the school of deliberate indifference to harassment against Jewish and Israeli students.
It's the administration's second lawsuit against the school over claims of anti-Semitism. This new suit says UCLA received more than 100 complaints about anti-Semitism, but regularly ignored them. It calls out 2024 pro-Palestinian protests on campus, claiming Jews were beaten and assaulted while the school took no serious action. The school rejects the allegations and said it's made serious strides toward making sure anti-Semitism on campus is addressed. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
American Airlines will be using Starlink for its in-flight Wi-Fi.
The carrier announced Tuesday plans to install the SpaceX internet provider on over 500 of its Airbus planes starting early next year. American began offering complimentary Wi-Fi for its frequent flyers in January. The announcement comes as SpaceX is preparing to go public next month in what could be the biggest IPO ever. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
Wall Street closed with record highs.
At the closing bell, the Dow added 182 points, the S&P 500 gained 1 point, and the Nasdaq rose 18 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say. We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great, and even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit strongtel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. StrongTel.
Democrats are split over Maine Senate candidate Graham Plattner.
Some top Democrats are distancing themselves from Maine Senate candidate Graham Plattner as questions grow over his past online post and controversial tattoo, sparking internal debate within the party. While Plattner has built grassroots momentum in his bid to challenge Republican Senator Susan Collins, party leaders appear divided on whether he is the strongest nominee. The race is now being viewed as a test of unity between Democratic moderates and progressives heading into the midterms. Ron Warner, USA Radio News.
A Valencia County judge issued a temporary injunction against the Republican Party of New Mexico, Chairwoman Amy Barella, and other officials, restricting them from publicly supporting candidates in contested GOP primaries. The order also appears to shift leadership duties, while the party says it will comply but appeal that ruling. The former live-in personal assistant to late actor Matthew Perry is heading to federal prison.
61-year-old Kenneth Iwamasa has been sentenced to 3 years and 5 months behind bars for his role in Perry's ketamine overdose death in October of 2023. Iwamasa injected Perry with multiple doses of the drug before his death. In August of 2024, Iwamasa pleaded guilty to 1 count of conspiracy to distribute ketamine causing death. He will also serve 2 years of supervised release and must pay a $10,000 fine. Iwamasa is the final of 5 defendants indicted in the case to be sentenced. I'm Daniel Martindale.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Visit iLocal.net/go for your free website analysis. iLocal.net/go.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Sommers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Morning, Dave. Three Fat Truckers, happy Thursday. Hope all you guys out there have a fantastic week. There's Billy. Morning, Steve, at the Overnight Drive, folks. 75 here, Beulahville, North Carolina. Head up to Garysburg. And it's back down to Southport, North Carolina. Hey, technically it's the day after Hump Day, right? It is a Thursday. There you go. Coming up this hour. The latest phishing scam, as they call it. In a public service announcement issued this past day, the FBI warning businesses and consumers about this new platform called Kali 365, Kali 365, a phishing as a service operation that allows cyber criminals to bypass multi-factor authentication and gain long-term access to Microsoft 365 accounts. They said this emerged back in April. It's being distributed primarily through Telegram channels. Yeah, we'll explain how it works. We left off there, though. Yeah, kind of following up. And Eagle mentioned Little Marco, as he was dubbed back in, 2015 by then presidential nominee Trump. Yeah, Little Marco, Secretary of State now. Really, I think, doing a bang-up job. And, I'm also I would be, he does indeed come across definitely as presidential material right now. J.D. Vance, he said, just seems to be kind of on the back burner. Yes, he's in charge of the fraud task force. And they're actually also doing a bang-up job. He's taken a number of actions when it comes to like the food stamp program. From Operation Cold Snap, where multiple government agencies have executed warrants on SNAP retailers in Minnesota, to the Office of Inspector General's probe into millions of fraudulent payments to dead people in Puerto Rico, indictments secured by the Department of Justice. The federal government taking a number of actions to root out fraud in the food assistance program. There was a big announcement here a few days ago. New indictments, 15 Minnesota fraudsters in a shocking $90 million bust that was announced in the fraud crackdown late last week. The Assistant Attorney General, Colin McDonald, made the announcement after Amy Bach, the convicted mastermind behind the $250 million Feeding Our Future scandal that got a 41.5-year federal prison term, announcing criminal charges against 15 defendants in Minnesota, fraud schemes that targeted over $90 million in taxpayer dollars. This is the beginning of our work in Minnesota. The fraud here is shocking. Today's charges unprecedented. They include the highest loss amount ever charged in a Medicaid case in the state, the largest autism fraud scheme ever charged by the Department of Justice. The schemes that targeted, again, more than $90 million in taxpayer funds across state-managed Medicaid programs. Since the cases involve 7 different Minnesota-run Medicaid programs that prosecutors say were systematically pilfered by fraudsters who treated taxpayer-funded services as their personal piggy bank. Let me be clear, he said, this is not the end of our work. This is the beginning. The fraud in Minnesota is shocking. He pointed to the Housing Stabilization Service program, which was designed to help homeless residents find and keep housing, as one of the starkest examples. That program was initially estimated in 2020 to cost about $2.5 million per year, ballooned to more than $104 million by 2024. One of those indicted fraudsters at that point, actually identified as Mohammed Omar, jumped out of a 4-story building trying to flee. They caught him on video trying to hobble away. At the time, they said, get a good look. He's on the run. If you recognize this individual, 1-800-CALL-FBI. But so JD, Marco, I don't know. Senor Heatwave was given his 2 cents worth. What do you think? Obviously, yes, Marco does come across as definitely presidential material.
Oh, yeah, he does. But that's the Secretary of State's job, is to go to other countries, deal with, like I said, his counterpart, the prime ministers, the presidents. That's his job.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, like Madeleine Albright under Clinton, like Hillary Clinton under Obama, like Pompeo under Trump during his first term. I mean, that's their job. I mean, really, what has a vice president actually done besides maybe be the head of NASA? I really don't know what they do. Maybe they're sitting there in the Rose Garden, hosting tea parties for visiting dignitaries. But I mean,
Well, we know all the duties the previous vice president was delegated. The czar of immigration, bang up job there. The czar of artificial intelligence. I don't think anything was accomplished by Kamala.
No. I mean, yeah. It's supposed to be the head of AI. Well, yeah, she's like, well, AI is 2 words.
2 words, yes.
Really? Oh, good Lord. I mean, she's got a tooth grin just like Donkey on Shrek, and she's got a hyena laugh like, those hyenas on the Lion King, but good night. What did she do? Not a damn thing. But, it shows, Trump has got a good team, and they're all playing their part. They're all working. So, if Vance were to run, I really would like to see Rubio as the VP. Or if he wants to, come back and hang around as the Secretary of State again, and more power to him. So, yeah. So that's the deal. It's not that he's lost faith in Vance. It's just, this is his job, and he's done bang up. Now that bunch of idiots, the ACLU, I don't know why they call them the American Civil Liberties Union, because they really don't represent the American value. I think I mentioned it before when I was up in Denver getting ready to get out. I was watching the Tube TV, and they're up there saying, our voting rights are being attacked. It's like, how is that? Well, we got to have ID. Well, if you got a driver's license, that's government ID. Duh. You got to show that for everything else. Why not show it to vote? Hell, I just did that earlier, last week for early voting in New Mexico. I gave them a license. They didn't ask for it, but I gave it to them. So they knew exactly who I was. And, Democrats are saying, well, our constituents are too dumb to get an ID. Really? And their constituents aren't offended by that? I mean, how in the hell are they getting their smokes and their liquor? How are they cashing checks that the government gives them? Wow. I mean, that's just...
And if they're not sending out checks, I don't know. I guess maybe do they even send out checks anymore? If you're going to get your SNAP benefits, you got to have a bank account. Last I checked, you got to have a damn ID to get a bank account.
Oh, hey, right, yeah, sure. Mm-hmm. So I truthfully, and it might be looked frowned upon, but I feel that with the people they had on that commercial, I would swear to God, it's just the ACLU is now an extension of the NAACP. I mean, that may be a far stretch, and I may be condemned for saying that, but that's my opinion because of their actions and their words.
Well, and the fight in Wyoming against the sheriff working with Immigration and Customs. I mean, they're literally trying to come to the defense of keeping illegals, undocumented individuals behind the wheel of 18-wheelers.
We can't pick and choose how we interpret the law. If it says illegal aliens should not be behind the wheel of the truck because they didn't pass the English proficiency, they're non-domiciled, hey, get them off the road. Get illegal aliens, period, out of here, especially the worst of the worst. Did you see that one video where they had two Hispanic people walking out, being let out of a ICE detention
How
facility?
funny was that? How comical was that?
God almighty. It's like, yay, they're free, and they're like,
they
yeah,
work
that's funny,
here.
we work here.
They work here, you dumbass.
So, anyways, I mean, they just like one of the Fox News people said they keep. Oh, it was Dan Bongino was talking about it on the Hannity show. I think it was Tuesday night. He's never seen a party step on their cranks so much that they just can't help but to step all over themselves. And it is absolutely ridiculous the way that party has gone to hell in a handbasket. Now maybe some people that are stout-hearted and has a set will actually stand up and say, you know what, this is a fringe and it's gone. We need to be for Americans and not for the 2% or 1% out there that are acting like dumbasses. We should be for the American people, not for foreigners. I don't like the idea of my tax money funding foreigners or fraud or whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
But that's just me. So, anyways, with that said, I'll go ahead and go, and I'll listen to the comment and criticism. I'm sure it's coming my way. So, you have yourself a good night.
You never can tell, right? Different strokes for different folks. We'll be right back.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Want to advertise your brand on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive and help grow your business through one of the hottest radio shows and podcasts in America? We would love to hear from you. Rates have never been better to put your brand on our show, or maybe you just want to kick the tires. Email us at ssod@hotshotsecret.com and take the first steps towards taking your brand to the next level through advertising on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog Heavy Duty Diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Truckers spend lots of hours on the road. So when it comes to staying connected, you need a headset that works just as hard as you do. Blue Parrot is the #1 headset brand for professional drivers, and we've taken the quality you've come to expect from us and made it even better. Check out our newest headsets, the Pro B350 and Pro B450, offering you more hours of talk time, better voice control, extreme comfort, and industry-leading AI voice isolation microphones. So you can spend more time talking about the important things and less time repeating yourself. To get yours, check out BlueParrot.com. Blue Parrot, hear and be heard.
Yeah, just sitting out on the interstate, on the ramp, watching the night go by. Morning, Pappy.
Maintaining my situational awareness. Every once in a while, the construction crew will come up the wrong way on the ramp to be let out to go somewhere else. I got semis coming in, dropping off I-beams, and so I gotta maintain my awareness here, Steve.
Oh yeah.
I can't take a nap. In other words. Excuse me. Hey, what you were talking about earlier in Wyoming? Was it the ACLU complaining about this sheriff?
Correct.
Well, the sheriff is an elected official. Okay. He don't have to answer to the county commissioners. He's allowed to swear in any of his deputies in any federal agency at his pleasure. So they can go pound salt.
So is that the case? Does it differ from state to state? Do you know, or is that pretty much the sheriff is?
Yeah, I sheriffs are all elected officials throughout the country.
Okay.
If I'm not mistaken. It's where the word sheriff, it comes from sharif, I think, from French. It stands for the people.
Well, I know
I
know we vote for sheriffs here. I know I voted for sheriffs when I was living in Georgia for those years.
Yes, sir. Now, the city police chief is a different category here, right? They are not elected. They are appointed by the city council.
Okay.
So if it was a city chief, oh boy! I don't know if you could hear that.
I did, yes.
It was a Camaro hammered down. Let me put my window up. Yes. Police chiefs are appointed by council. So they have to answer to council. So they would have to get the approval by council to do that.
Mm-hmm.
Steve, our department did it all the time. My buddy Larry, right, who was brutally murdered by that scumbag, was part of the FBI Joint Terrorism Task Force because he was on the bomb squad, and he got sworn into the FBI. And the sheriff at the time, he didn't have to get approval from the commissioners. He just did it. So ACLU is wrong. Pretty sure that they are wrong, saying it's illegal for him to, swear deputies in to enforce
immigration
border patrol stuff. So
okay.
it can be done. Let's see, number 2. I guess, JD. Steve, he was involved in some talks. He was en route over there not too long ago, and Iran came out and said something, and Trump was like, yep, turn Air Force
bring them
around.
back. Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
You know, so an old heat wave had to bring up old Hillary, Secretary of State, who sold all our uranium mines to China and Russia. Thank you, Hillary. While all them donations are being made to the Clinton Foundation. Oh, Steve, listen, ever since World War I, the United States Navy has maintained open sea lanes in international waters for the purpose of open trading, right, to promote the free trading around the world. And especially after World War II, right? So this whole idea about Iran or anybody else thinks that they're going to control the Straits of Hormuz, Trump is not going to let it happen. And enough with the BS, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if they're laying mines and we're dropping, Steve, the ceasefire is off. That's what Trump should have came out and done. Iran has violated the ceasefire. We're dropping the hammer. Stop with the BS. Did you hear this? I heard this a couple days ago, that apparently they foiled a plot where Ivanka Trump was targeted. That this dude actually had blueprints of her home.
Really? I saw a headline in regards. I didn't. That was like over the Memorial Day weekend, wasn't I?
Yeah. So, I mean, these people, man, you gotta take them seriously. And Steve, I'll tell you what, I'm getting so sick of these leftist, communist libtards talking trash about the United States. We're on stolen land, all this BS, man. I'm tired of it. Steve, the United States of America could have owned it. We could have ruled this world, Steve. Could have owned it, the whole world. It's what Hitler and Napoleon wanted to do, right? Well, we could have did it, but we didn't.
Right. And we got to pause. News, a service of industrial injection, fuel injectors, fuel pumps, turbochargers, and complete diesel engine kits for the heavy-duty world. If it burns diesel, we can help keep it working.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. U.S. forces have launched fresh defensive strikes in southern Iran, hitting a military site they say posed a risk to American troops and commercial traffic. Former CIA official Davis Rush has been arrested and charged with stealing more than 300 gold bars worth over $40 million from the federal government. Investigators say he stored the gold at his Virginia home. The case remains under investigation. American Airlines will be using Starlink for its in-flight Wi-Fi.
The carrier announced Tuesday plans to install the SpaceX internet provider on over 500 of its Airbus planes starting early next year. American began offering complimentary Wi-Fi for its frequent flyers in January. The announcement comes as SpaceX is preparing to go public next month in what could be the biggest IPO ever. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say. We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great. It even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit StrongTel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Truckers spend lots of hours on the road. So when it comes to staying connected, you need a headset that works just as hard as you do. Blue Parrot is the #1 headset brand for professional drivers, and we've taken the quality you've come to expect from us and made it even better. Check out our newest headsets, the Pro B350 and Pro B450, offering you more hours of talk time, better voice control, extreme comfort, and industry-leading AI voice isolation microphones. So you can spend more time talking about the important things and less time repeating yourself. To get yours, check out BlueParrot.com. Blue Parrot, hear and be heard.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Sommers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
Ready to beat the heat this summer? Keep your long haul, short haul, off-road adventure, or just stay cool while on site with Be Cool. Designed with on or off-the-road vehicles in mind, Be Cool offers you DC-powered cooling, low voltage protection, easy installation, and more. Beat the heat with Be Cool. It's the cooler way to go. With air conditioners for semi-trucks starting at $888. Get yours today. Visit b-coolaircon.com or call 778-590-5000. That's 778-590-5000. 5,000.
Black and Indigenous girls are disproportionately represented in sex trafficking cases. The LGBTQ+ population is one of the most at risk for human trafficking, and this is compounded by societal discrimination and prejudice. Traffickers seek victims from populations they think are disposable and that no one cares about. TAT trains members of the trucking, bus, and energy industries to recognize and report this crime. To learn more about human trafficking and how to protect yourself and your family, visit tatnonprofit.org.
All right, rolling through right about the midway point here as we make our way into a Thursday. All right, trust your week's going well. Yeah, we start looking toward the weekend. Hello to Philip, morning overnight crew. Hope everybody's having a great morning. Thank you very much. Yeah, Michael says hello to the overnight trucking crew from Nashville, Tennessee. Yeah, looks like Gilligan's on board. Passed by Mayberry a little while ago. Meet a driver in Elkin, and he's going to be heading back to Winchester, Virginia this morning. All right, meanwhile, back to Pappy.
Thanks, Steve. I think I forgot to mention that deal with Ivanka, that was coming from Iran, apparently. So they're not going to make friends with Trump. You think if that turns out to be true? Oh boy. Anyway, yeah, man, Steve. After World War II, we owned the world, Steve. We were the only one that had an atomic bomb. what we did to Japan, we could have called up Russia, said, you now belong to us. We're going to drop a bomb on your ass. We could have done that to every big country around this world and took control, but we didn't do that. In fact, what did we do? Everybody knows. We helped rebuild the whole daggone planet and give the governments right back to the people that attacked us. What did I just hear on your newscast about some stolen gold? Who was this?
A CIA agent somehow was able to get his hands on, like, was it 600 bars, like $40 million worth?
Just happened to get his hands on, huh?
Somehow.
I call BS on that, Steve. I don't think it was stolen. This dude probably was paid off. It's well known that some of these politicians and CIA guys, you know, they get paid in gold and silver. It can't be traced unless these are like some serious gold bars that got the stamps on them. I don't know, but I'd say, where'd that gold come from? I sure hope it didn't come from China or Russia. Need to find out more about this and get to the bottom of it. What a shame to think a CIA, just to think a high operative in the CIA would sell the country down the tubes for some frickin' gold, dude. Bring back the firing squad. All right, brother. That's all I got. I'll be 2-7 at 0500 along with you.
All righty. So
heading back to the home 20. Everybody be safe. Watch your 6.
Looks like that'll be here, well, about 2.5 hours from now, all right? See if I can, where's the rest of the story, as they say. Ex-CIA officer, a former senior CIA official with top secret level clearance, accused of stealing hundreds of gold bars worth more than $40 million from the federal government and stashing them in his home. David Rush, arrested and charged with criminal theft of public money last week, according to the court filings in Virginia where he lives. From November to March, it says Rush requested and received a significant quantity of foreign currency and tens of millions of dollars in gold bars for work-related expenses, according to the affidavit from an FBI agent investigating the case. The affidavit said it's unclear what Rush intended to use the funds for, but that a portion of it was found in a storage space near his office. Officials searched his home on May 18, seized more than 300 gold bars with an estimated value of more than $40 million, according to the affidavit. They also seized roughly $2 million in U.S. currency and some 35 luxury watches, many of them Rolexes. Rush was arrested the next day. The affidavit concludes that there's probable cause to believe Rush knowingly embezzled, stole, purloined, or knowingly converted a thing of value of the United States for personal use. They said they're working with the CIA and the Department of Justice on the investigation. It is not clear what role he held at the CIA or when he left the agencies. He's described in court filings simply as a former senior executive service-level employee at a United States government agency. Spokespersons for the FBI declined further comment. CIA did not respond to an email. The affidavit noted that Rush appears to have lied for years about his education and military background. The Bureau's investigation found he had falsely claimed to be a Navy pilot, and he graduated from Clemson University in South Carolina. and Rensselaer Polytechnic Institute in New York. Instead, they found he had enlisted in the Navy in 1997, then served in the Navy Reserves from 2004 to 2015, when he was honorably discharged as a lieutenant. The affidavit states he does not appear to have underwent any evaluation as a pilot during that time, and he did not attend either college, being held in custody pending a hearing on Friday in Alexandria, Virginia. That's even more confusing to me. I mean, when you're going to be working with the likes of the CIA, I mean, they bend over backwards to check and double check and look at the backgrounds of anybody working with them, don't they? How do you just lie about it and it goes by undiscovered? All right, there's a thick plot there somewhere. I don't know. Well, that's the story we see this early Thursday. What do you say, Philip?
Nothing much. Just out here on I-4, down here by John Young Parkway, heading to the House of the Mouse. How you doing today?
Not too bad. Not too bad.
Hey, Steve, what's going on the West Coast with these hazmat problems? Dude, we had the tank over there in California the other day.
Mm-hmm.
Now we got one up there in Washington State that imploded and got people killed and people missing and all that. Have you seen any of that on the news?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I know they confirmed one dead, but there's like 9 as of yesterday that were unaccounted for.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. It's like a lot of stuff happening over on the West Coast with that hazmat. That one in California was interesting. I'm happy that they found out it had a crack in the top where they could let it vent out and they wouldn't have to, it wouldn't have an explosion or whatnot. I mean, did you see how much area they shut down for that one? And I mean, that was a big chunk of land they shut down there around that one. That was huge. And Steve, what's going on with Elon Musk talking about putting Starlinks around the moon? Have you seen that one?
I don't think I've caught that one, no.
Okay, so he wants to get the Starship program off of the ground big time because he wants to put a constellation of Starlinks around the moon.
Okay.
So they can monitor the moon and what's going on with it. And I found that interesting on your news there. They're talking about American Airlines using Starlink.
Yeah, I heard.
I got news for you.
I heard
Go
that.
ahead.
Yeah, I heard American Airlines using that, but I didn't catch that. I mean, when it comes to the moon? I mean, is this like for the future when we've got like a base on the moon for communication or something? Or
but what he's wanting to do is, with the new Starlink technology that uses lasers for the transmission of data, they can put those around the moon, and then when they're in deep space, like say for instance they go on the other side of the moon, they can transmit to that Starlink, and then it transmits down to here on Earth. So they can move data and signal and whatnot, whatever they transmit over them lasers, they can move it quickly and get it to where it's going. It's a lot more faster than what they have going on now with the satellite technology as far as getting signals from them, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
And dig this out, Steve. As far as putting them things on an airplane, and I don't think people are realizing this is going to happen, you're seeing the evolution of another deal with these cell phones. So you'll be able, eventually, if they've got Starlink packed in on an airplane, you'll be able to make your cell phone calls on your airplane if you have satellite technology, if you know what I mean. And what are a lot of these cell phones going to now? They're going to the satellite technology.
Mm-hmm.
So you'll be able to be going to China on an airplane, and you can use your cell phone, and it won't cost you an arm and a leg. if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
It'll go through that. It'll go through the airplane to the satellite. From the satellite, it'll come back down to Earth, and it'll go to where it needs to go for the call. That, I don't think a lot of people are looking at that big picture. They're just thinking Wi-Fi. Everybody thinks Wi-Fi because they got to get on there and Facebook, social media, and all this stuff. But the big picture is communications with a phone. And by the way, we're using that technology. I don't know if you've heard the deal about Elon and the government, that they're getting paid more now by the government because we're using that technology as well in our drones. So think about some of the data that's actually going to, in these different places we're fighting. We use a drone. Hey, it's a Starlink that's helping control that. So, I mean, Starlink is into a lot of stuff. And it's big. I mean, I know he wanted to get in on the phone end of the deal. I mean, he signed deals with Verizon and a few other companies, but this is a big deal if you get it on all your major airlines. I mean, think of it. You get it on American, you get it on Southwest, you get it on United. You even get it on these little airlines like Allegiance and things like that. Next thing you know, you got more cell phone technology sitting right there in front of you, and you can transmit it. I mean, this guy is really thinking, and this IPO thing that's happening next month, possibly with SpaceX itself, that's going to be super huge. There's people on the, in the market side just waiting for that to drop so they can invest, make their money, and get out, if you know what I mean. Because if people are going to be wanting that stock like you wouldn't believe, what you think?
So is that the kind of thing, like, do you want to get in early? Could this be like the next Intel or something like that? Or is this going to be like, I remember when the whole Facebook IPO dropped. Everybody, I mean, it was crazy the first few days. A lot of people made a fortune, and then the price dropped. And then is it a long-term investment? No.
The short-term investors that are going to short the market, what they're going to do is they're going to wait to see when it hits. When it hits, they're going to go in and they're going to buy as much as they can, and they're going to sit there for just a few minutes. It won't even be a few minutes, and then they'll sell it because of the demand for it.
Okay.
When this stock hits the market, there's going to be so much demand for it. This is going to be the biggest one ever. I mean, think about it. This is going to be bigger than UPS. This is going to be bigger than, I don't know how many. When a company goes public, goes from private to public, it's a big deal. And think about this. The guys are going to go in and grab it first, right? And then you're going to have all these people that are controlling people's 401ks that are going to go in and buy it. So you're going to have all these different, outfits that, that's all they do is they buy all the stock for these 401k plans and stuff. Then they're going to sell it to them, and they're going to make money. There's going to be money moving all over the place when this happens. It's a big deal when you see a company like SpaceX. This is going to be as big as Microsoft, buddy. It's going to be bigger than Microsoft when Microsoft went public. I mean, what is a tried and true stock that everybody has traded over the years that they've kept going? Microsoft. Another one now is Amazon. When those companies go public, it's a big deal. And this SpaceX thing is going to be they're talking over $1 trillion, buddy, when this thing goes public. That's been the rumor running around about it, is it's going to be over $1 trillion. It'll be the biggest IPO ever, and who all doesn't want to invest in Tesla? I mean, this is like, there's even talk about them merging Tesla and SpaceX together and making a mega company. I mean, this guy, Elon, he's a pretty smart dude, man. I mean, you think about all the money that he's going to make if this goes public. It's going to be a lot. It's going to be a lot. And there's people out there wanting to buy in the company. I mean, you look at the guys that have financed these flights for the Starship, and they're going to go to around the moon, and they're buying a flight before it even happens. It's going to be 2034 before even this flight even becomes remotely ready to go. it's mind blowing thinking about that kind of money.
No
I mean,
doubt.
that's a lot of money, $1 trillion. So, but yeah, that's pretty much all I got today. And I do like Tappy's take on the sheriff. The sheriff is an elected official, and look at Grady Judd. Grady Judd, he's been elected every time down there in Polk County, so those people must like him pretty good.
Yep.
And the police chiefs are, they're covered by the city. So it is what it is, buddy. You have a good night. I'll talk at y'all later.
All right. Thank you much, Philip, as always.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
Well, let me see. Up till about, I guess maybe 6 months ago, I was a Spectrum customer. I don't know if I should be concerned or not. If you are a Spectrum customer, Shorty forwarded this my way from Kim Commando, the computer guru. This one's for you. Charter Communications, the company behind Spectrum Internet and Television, confirmed a data breach. The hackers didn't crack any sophisticated code or exploit a software flaw. They simply made a phone call. A criminal group called Shiny Hunters phoned Charter and used what they call voice phishing to talk their way into the company's systems by compromising an employee's Microsoft Entra account. No malware required, just a convincing voice and an unsuspecting worker on the other end of the line. Once inside, they exported millions of records directly from Charter's Salesforce database. Now, according to the hackers, the stolen records contain customer names, email addresses, home addresses, phone numbers, account plan information, and customer support ticket data. We're talking over 42 million records containing personally identifiable information. Now, for context, it says Charter serves about 32 million U.S. customers. Now, some would be duplicates, some could be former customers, but still, Charter is trying to push back. Their official statement is no sensitive personal information or customer proprietary network information was exfiltrated. But here's the thing. Shiny hunters told reporters they specifically grabbed CPNI, that's Customer Proprietary Network Information, which is essentially a record of your call history and your service details. So all we know is someone isn't telling the truth. The hackers warned that the stolen data will be leaked publicly if negotiations don't begin before, well, technically, that was yesterday. Now, she said this group does not bluff. Their standard playbook is pay or leak. If the company doesn't pay the ransom, the stolen data gets released or sold on the dark web. Her advice, that's Kim Commando, don't wait for Charter to mail you a letter. She said, freeze your credit at all three bureaus. Yeah, permanent until you lift it. Takes 10 minutes. Yeah, blocks anyone from opening accounts in your name. Yeah, look for accounts you did not open. Any inquiries from lenders you've never contacted and addresses where you've never lived. She gives the links to the websites, the toll-free numbers, Equifax, Experian, TransUnion. And then watch for targeted scams. The hackers have your phone number, your address, and account details. That's enough to craft a very convincing fake Spectrum customer service call. If someone calls you about your account, just hang up and call the correct number, the Spectrum number, directly.
Downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Truckers spend lots of hours on the road. So when it comes to staying connected, you need a headset that works just as hard as you do. Blue Parrot is the #1 headset brand for professional drivers, and we've taken the quality you've come to expect from us and made it even better. Check out our newest headsets, the Pro B350 and Pro B450, offering you more hours of talk time, better voice control, extreme comfort, and industry-leading AI voice isolation microphones. So you can spend more time talking about the important things and less time repeating yourself. To get yours, check out BlueParrot.com. Blue Parrot, hear and be heard.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Ready to beat the heat this summer? Keep your long haul, short haul, off-road adventure, or just stay cool while on site with Be Cool. Designed with on or off-the-road vehicles in mind, Be Cool offers you DC-powered cooling, low voltage protection, easy installation, and more. Beat the heat with Be Cool. It's the cooler way to go. With air conditioners for semi-trucks starting at $888. Get yours today. Visit b-coolaircon.com or call 778-590-5000. That's 778-590-5000.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
It looks like they want to just make a deal. They want to, I don't think they have a choice. They're just going back to the internet because they're getting clobbered. Their economy is in free fall.
The straits have to be open. They're going to be open one way or the other. So they need to be open. What's happening there is unlawful. It's illegal. It's unsustainable. It's the world. It's unacceptable.
The U.S. is conducting additional defensive strikes against targets in southern Iran. That's according to officials who say the site threatened U.S. forces as well as shipping lanes. They emphasize the ceasefire with Iran is still in place despite the strikes and threats of retaliation. Israel says the head of the Hamas military wing was killed in a strike on Gaza.
Israeli authorities say newly appointed Hamas chief Mohammed Odeh was killed in northern Gaza Tuesday, just days after his predecessor was killed in an airstrike. There's been no response from Hamas. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
Vice President J.D. Vance says government fraud is a priority issue that should concern all Americans.
We're protecting the American taxpayers who shouldn't have their money stolen by fraudsters. And of course, we're protecting the people who need these services.
At a White House roundtable, Vance said investigators have uncovered schemes involving around $20 billion in alleged taxpayer fraud, much of it tied to Medicaid and hospice services. He's leading a White House anti-fraud task force at the direction of President Trump. Former President Joe Biden has filed a lawsuit against the Justice Department to block the release of audio recordings tied to interviews with his biographer. The materials came from special counsel report Hers Classified Documents probe, where no charges were filed. Biden's team says the release is politically motivated and never intended for public disclosure. Well, it was a good day on Wall Street.
At the closing bell, the Dow added 182 points, the S&P 500 gained 1 point, and the Nasdaq rose 18 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
No matter who we are or where we come from, we all experience difficulties in life.
Military veterans know that sometimes it takes strength and determination to make it through.
Whether it's obvious physical challenges or struggles on the inside, it takes strength to ask for help when you need it.
I knew that I had to get support, not just for me, but for the sake of my wife and kids.
Talking about it has helped me feel more like myself again.
Honestly, it was hard to open up at first, but it's changed my life for the better.
Learn how veterans like us have reached out for help. And hear stories of strength and recovery at MakeTheConnection.net.
A Republican-drawn Alabama congressional map is being blocked by a federal judge.
A 3-judge panel maintained the 2023 map likely discriminates against black voters. The judges said the recent Supreme Court decision that narrowed the Voting Rights Act doesn't impact that finding. The ruling means unless the Supreme Court steps in, Alabama will have to use a court-drawn map for this year's midterms that includes a second majority black district. Republicans and Democrats have been in a race to redraw congressional maps across the country to try and pick up as many seats as possible in November's midterms. I'm Mark Mayfield.
A Florida man, Jorge Nunez, is suing Carnival Cruise Line for $5 million, alleging he suffered second-degree burns after walking barefoot on a pool deck in May 2025. The lawsuit claims the company failed to warn passengers about dangerous deck temperatures, and at least 25 similar burn cases occurred between 2019 and 2025. There are new UAP files being released under the Trump administration.
NASA Administrator Jared Isaacman says newly declassified UAP files released under the Trump administration show unexplained aerial phenomena, but no evidence of recovered alien craft or bodies. He says the recordings highlight how past military and intelligence reports were not fully analyzed, and that today's transparency push is bringing more data into public view. Officials emphasize the focus is on documentation and analysis, not confirmation of extraterrestrial life. Ron Warner, USA Radio News.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Would you know where to turn if you or a loved one became paralyzed? For thousands of families, the National Paralysis Resource Center has been that lifeline. But now federal funding's at risk. Sherman Gillums Jr., a partially paralyzed Marine veteran with the Christopher and Dana Reeve Foundation, explains why.
This is about more than just a budget line. It's about veterans, caregivers, and families, real people who need these resources to live more productive and independent lives.
Learn more at ChristopherReeve.org.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Got everybody on the same page here. Got us a Thursday, 28th day of May, as we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. All right, moving on. All right, real quick, I think Grump had a quick response, you say, to heat wave. Go ahead.
Yeah, very quick. First of all, I don't. My 401k, whether it recovered or not, has nothing to do with what's going on. Absolutely nothing. All right, so, that's a stupid argument, number one. Number two, it's not just me, heat wave, or I voted for Trump 3 times. But if you want to just kiss the ring of whoever you vote for, I don't give a rat's ass. That's up to you. That's just the way it is. But it is, the way I look at it, it's not just your duty as an American. You are required as an American to hold every damn elected official accountable. All right, now why don't you go back over a few elections here? Just take a good damn look. And when I say people vote with their wallets, they damn sure do. All right, that's proven fact. All right, we got the midterms coming up, and that's one of the most important times in our election cycle right there. That's going to decide who in the hell's who. And when you go back over everything, look at the presidential elections. You think Trump won by a landslide in this last election? No, he didn't. He did not. He won by 1.48%. He took the Electoral College, yes, and won some states. But if you look at all the states that he won, all the swing states, it was less than 78,000 votes. So yeah, he did win that, but just like he did in 2016. But there was look at George Bush. All right, people were pissed off at Al Gore because of all his Earth crap. When in 2000 when Bush won, how much did he win by? By 537 votes out of Florida. That's what swayed that election. And do I want to see Trump lose, or Trump get impeached, or the Republicans get booted out? Hell no, I don't want to see that. And that's what I'm talking about when I say they need to get this damn thing done. I don't put trust into any politician anymore. And Donald Trump is a politician. He's got to be a politician or he wouldn't have ran. All right, I put no trust whatsoever in any politician anymore. It just seems to me like I'm part of that group. I'm a small business owner that has been long forgotten by so many. All right. When you look at the high fuel prices, take a damn good look at them right now. You work for somebody. I don't. I pay for my freaking fuel. All right. I'm looking right now, if fuel prices stays up the way they are for the next year, and that's exactly what they're calling for. Mm-hmm. It doesn't make a damn what Trump says. Well, as soon as this war's over, they'll drop automatically. No, it takes a while to get them back down to where they're at. I'm looking at probably an $80,000 hit, just because of this war on elevated fuel prices. That's coming out of my pocket. That's money out of my pocket. So do I like it? No, I don't. Hell no, I don't like it. Do I like Iran? No. I've been in the Middle East, buddy. I know what it's like over there. And the best damn thing we could do is get rid of Iran. But there is a process involved in that. And it just, we don't just stop in the middle of it and say we're going to have a ceasefire and let them think about things. No, we don't. You keep knocking the hell out of them until they capitulate. And they just basically just surrender to every damn thing. They need, regime change. That's off the table right now. He's not even talking about regime change. What did he say in the very beginning? Yes, we want to see regime change. At one point in time, he talked about the enriched uranium. Instead of taking it, let's send in inspectors. Let's see if we can get inspectors in there. Trump's been all over the damn board for this. And that's what I'm sick of. All right, get it over with. Let's get some stability back in this damn country, and maybe, the Republicans can salvage the midterms. But if you don't think for one damn second that these elections aren't chosen by a small percentage, guess again. You know, out of the last 47 elections, I think it was 13 or 14 of them has been chosen by less than 2% of the vote. That's small margins, buddy. And here, when you look at it, you know, every damn election for the last, 30 years, 40 years, something like that, has been chosen by 6% of the population. And all it takes is some hot shot to hop in there as a third party, give Ross Perot, you know, his due on this one. Ross Perot took 19% of the damn vote. Bill Clinton won by 43% of the vote. That's a small margin, man. And that's what I'm talking about. Let's get it over with. You know, I mean, if you could say whatever you want. I don't care. You can bring up however much, you know, any opinion you want. But leave me out of it. All right. You know, if you want to question what I think, you got my phone number. You know, we'll talk about it sometime. But
I'm looking at the screen, and he's on hold. He said, "Hey, Steve, this is Heatwave. Can you tell Grump I was not attacking him. I was just trying to say, hey, you know, Trump may, go back on his word with stocks. I don't know. He's saying he wasn't attacking you. This call screener thing.
No, I know. I wasn't. He wasn't attacking me. But I'm just trying to bring something to light here. All right, you know, think about what you're saying. All right, stock markets has been up and down. I lost a ton of damn money whenever that stock market bottomed out, and it ain't come back yet. I mean, it's been up, it's been down, it's been up, it's been down. Hell, it's been like a damn roller coaster at State Fair. You know, so you know, I mean, I've got back a lot of it, but that's, you know, what I'm got back in stocks, I'm trading off in fuel right now.
Yeah.
And no, I know he's not attacking me, and I'm not attacking him, but you know, what pisses me off is the simple fact that people are not looking at this in a way that the Republicans could get their asses handed to them very easily by a very small percentage of people. You know, look at the Republicans, how hard it is to get them idiots out to vote during the midterms. You know, I mean, it's like pulling damn teeth to get Republicans off their ass, especially if the economy's doing half-ass good. They look at it like, well, there ain't no sense in us getting out there. What happens? You got idiots like that moron in New York City that just took everything. Why did he take it? Because nobody voted. You know, if you look at how much that moron out there won by, and some of these other people, man, we need to look at this and start calling your congressman and say, hey, start putting a little pressure on Trump here and say, hey, you know, let's get this damn thing over with because the midterms are coming. And Trump says, no, I don't worry about the midterms.
Right.
He damn well does.
Yeah.
You better believe he's worried about it, and so's every Republican. And it's going to be up to the American people to say, you know, the voters to say, look, you know, we voted for you. I voted for you 3 times. So get off your ass and do something here real quick because you're going to lose if you don't. And that's a fact, man. I mean, that is just, it's going to happen. So that's all I'm doing is saying, hey, you know, before you know, start, you know, saying Trump's doing everything right, you know, no, he's not. You know, as far as I'm concerned, no, he's not. That waiting around, he should have got off his ass and just continued on with this and got this over with because the last thing I want is a damn Democrat in anything. They're nuts. Absolutely crazy. You know, we might as well have that bastard over in Iran running this country because that's just about what we got.
Yeah.
You know, in Democrats. But anyway, I just want to bring it up. No, I'm not attacking him back. I just want to bring it to light there. But you know, if you mention me, I'm going to respond, and I'm going to respond the way I know how to respond, and that's with facts.
And he always says.
But anyway, have a good night.
As you say, just my opinion. There you go. All right, Philip brought up, or Pappy brought up Ivanka Trump. Yeah, I knew I'd seen a headline about that, but it all unfolded right as we were heading into the Memorial Day weekend, and probably a lot of people didn't even catch it. Yeah, the latest Iranian-linked alleged assassination plot targeting Ivanka Trump, combined with another purported attempt to harm the president. Just shows how rising levels of political violence have become so routine. Federal authorities Friday accused an Iraqi national with supposed ties to the Iran Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps of plotting to assassinate the president's daughter, Ivanka, as retaliation for the 2020 U.S. drone strike that killed the Iranian General Qasem Soleimani. The suspect, identified as 32-year-old Mohammed Bakr Saad Dawood al-Sadi, reportedly arrested in Turkey earlier this month before being extradited to the United States. Authorities allege he coordinated or supported multiple attacks tied to Iran-backed militant networks across Europe and North America. And that just kind of preceded the following event, the Saturday attempt by the alleged assassin to get to the president that briefly locked down the White House. The 21-year-old with previous encounters with the Secret Service had an incident back in June of 25 where he blocked an entry lane at the White House. This was the cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs guy that claimed he was God and had been taken to the Psychiatric Institute of D.C. For mental evaluation not once but twice by the Secret Service. Still ask the question, how was he on the street? Why was he on the street? And where did he get the gun? So there you go. 844-844-3388. Earlier in the program, when we were talking more on the trucking side, Grump was talking about the cabotage rules. But drivers coming into the United States on a daily basis, right? Whether from south of the border, north of the border, much like this current administration's been cracking down, enforcing the English language proficiency rules, getting rid of the non-domiciled CDL holders. North of the border, specifically Ontario, Canada, they apparently have done an audit that finds CDL schools there, much like we had a number here, are falsifying training records as they begin cracking down. Ontario's Auditor General found widespread failures in the province's commercial truck driver training system. Some schools issuing CDL certificates after providing just a fraction of the required training hours. Secret shoppers, a.k.a. undercover individuals, found two schools that were delivering just 59 and 81 hours of training versus a 103.5-hour minimum. 54 of the 216 registered career colleges offering entry-level training had never been inspected. 6 previously penalized unregistered schools were still booking road tests as recently of June of last year. Commercial trucks account for 3% of the vehicles on Ontario roads, but are involved in 12% of fatal crashes. Mike Millen is the president of the Private Motor Truck Council of Canada. He said industry groups warned provincial officials about this years ago, as early as 2017. For 6 years, none of these recommendations were acted on, he said. Ontario accepted all 13 audit recommendations and committed to inspecting every CDL school within 6 weeks. So, Ontario drivers with CDLs from non-compliant schools, FreightWaves tell us, they cross into the U.S. every day. Carriers managing cross-border fleets should expect heightened scrutiny at the enforcement corridors as this story gains attention on both sides of the border. Obviously, the U.S. DOT has shown increasing interest in CDL integrity. Ontario's crackdown may accelerate federal-level conversations about cross-border driver qualification verifications.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
Alrighty, moving on. Hey, hello to Flying Too Low this morning. Morning, Steve. And fellow listeners, 75 humid degrees here in Olive Branch, Mississippi. Headed toward, where are we at? Murfreesboro and Smyrna, Tennessee tonight. All right, thanks for checking in. Hey, Grump, you got a nomination for the Big Cookie? So there you go. The Big Cookie. Norman checking in from north central Kansas, 67 overcast skies. Good morning, all the listeners. Let me see, Southwest Ohio. Reports of the fog rolling in. Yeah, we had special weather statements. Yeah, portions of Indiana, Ohio, Kentucky. Yeah, also dense fog advisories in parts of northern Texas at this hour. Zoom out, get the big picture. Yeah, northeastern Texas. They've actually upgraded to dense fog advisories, actually extended through southeast Illinois, most of southern Indiana, all of south central, southwest Ohio. So yeah, slow it down in the fog out there. Dense fog advisories. Meanwhile, let me see who we got. Chris checks in. It's been a while since we heard. What's happening, Chris?
Steve, I got a different headset. I got earbuds tonight. I don't know. I hope you can hear me.
You're all right? Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. This Kyle Busch, I got that pneumonia about a month ago, and I didn't know what it was. I didn't even feel bad. I just cleared my throat, and I coughed up all the blood. You there?
Okay, yeah. Did you lose your headset or?
Yeah, I think I did. I don't know what. I said I got that pneumonia that Bush had about a month ago.
Uh-huh.
And I didn't even feel bad. I just cleared my throat, and all this blood came out. And I thought, what the hell is that? And I thought maybe my sinuses. And that's what Bush thought. He thought he had a sinus infection.
Right.
But the more I coughed, the more blood came out. So I just tried to calm down, and I called the doctor the next morning. It was just kind of traces. And about 3 or 4 days later, I got in to see him, and he said the most common cause of coughing up blood is strep pneumonia. I never even heard of it. I heard of strep throat.
Yeah.
But I'm thinking if he thought he had a sinus infection, that shot they gave him could have been a steroid. And I just found out the other day that the steroids are actually an immune suppressant. But this sepsis, I had a friend with that not too long ago, and I was reading up on it. The worst form is septic shock, which is, I think, what he had. Yeah, and they said like 30% of the people don't make it out of the hospital, and another 30% of them die within a month, and only half of them live another 5 years. It's like organ damage and all that, Yeah, that's a bad disease. That really gets you. But, yeah, if you start coughing up blood, don't think it's coming from your sinuses. Even my doctor, after he told me that, he says, well, let me give you something for your sinuses. I said, Doc, it didn't come from my sinuses, I guarantee you.
So, so you actually, you were diagnosed with like the pneumonia. Did you didn't go septic though, did you?
No, he gave me a Z-Pack. I didn't even miss work. I took the antibiotic and it cleared right up. It cleared up completely. But, it's scary as hell when you start coughing up that blood. And the more you cough, the more it's just the air sacs start exploding, is what I read about it.
Mm-hmm. So it sounds very much like what Kyle may have had. I've heard of what they call walking pneumonia. People have it and they don't even know they have it. So, and you say you didn't even really feel that bad, but you had pneumonia.
Yeah. And I didn't know pneumonia made you cough up blood. I think that's one particular kind that does that. It's usually like fluid and mucus in your lungs.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I always thought pneumonia was. But it's bad stuff. I guess, like strep, you just catch it from somebody or something. I'm just passing Pappy here. It is foggy. If he's lucky, it's dangerous sitting out on this expressway. He's lucky he's not up on 275. It's really bad up there. Putting up a railroad bridge across 75.
That's where he got the ramp block there. Yep.
Yeah, a couple lanes. They got that barricaded lane. It's the only one that's open. Yeah, I just thought I'd warn people about that. If you start coughing up blood, you better be careful.
No doubt. I mean, anytime, that's obviously never a good thing. All right. I'm glad you're okay there, though, Chris. Thanks for checking in. We got to get a news break. News, a service of Industrial Injection, serving Cat, Cummins, Detroit, and more. Fuel injection, turbochargers, complete engine solutions, the knowledge you trust, the quality you depend on. IndustrialInjection.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. U.S. forces have launched fresh defensive strikes in southern Iran, hitting a military site they say posed a risk to American troops and commercial traffic. Former CIA official Davis Rush has been arrested and charged with stealing more than 300 gold bars worth over $40 million from the federal government. Investigators say he stored the gold at his Virginia home. The case remains under investigation. American Airlines will be using Starlink for its in-flight Wi-Fi.
The carrier announced Tuesday plans to install the SpaceX internet provider on over 500 of its Airbus planes starting early next year. American began offering complimentary Wi-Fi for its frequent flyers in January. The announcement comes as SpaceX is preparing to go public next month in what could be the biggest IPO ever. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say. We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great, and even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit strongtel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Want to advertise your brand on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive and help grow your business through one of the hottest radio shows and podcasts in America? We would love to hear from you. Rates have never been better to put your brand on our show, or maybe you just want to kick the tires. Email us at ssod@hotshotsecret.com and take the first steps towards taking your brand to the next level through advertising on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Truckers spend lots of hours on the road, so when it comes to staying connected, you need a headset that works just as hard as you do. Blue Parrot is the #1 headset brand for professional drivers, and we've taken the quality you've come to expect from us and made it even better. Check out our newest headsets, the Pro B350 and Pro B450, offering you more hours of talk time, better voice control, extreme comfort, and industry-leading AI voice isolation microphones, so you can spend more time talking about the important things and less time repeating yourself. To get yours, check out BlueParrot.com. Blue Parrot, hear and be heard.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Is Gilligan's. He on the side of the interstate scooping up Kit Kat bars. Might be a little off the beaten path. Yeah, that was one of the industry headlines. A big rig hauling Kit Kat bars lost its trailer, overturning on Interstate 20, Brandon, Mississippi. According to the DOT, I guess earlier this week, Monday afternoon, was it? And near the entrance ramp to Highway 80, Gray Media reported the semi was traveling east on I-20. The trailer carrying the candy bars disconnecting from the cab, rolling onto the westbound ramp. The truck was carrying about 11,000 pounds of Kit Kat bars. break me off a piece of that Kit Kat bar. Hello, Sasquatch.
Well, good morning to everybody. Welcome to a wild, wonderful Thursday. Let's start. I want to go back. We can go to the driving schools. They're junk, most of them. But most of them guys, if you look, I'm just curious, but you see some sort of weird name on the side of the truck. I watched a YouTube video the other day where they changed the name on the side of the truck right after they had a major accident.
Mm-hmm.
So we can blame them. We need to do something. We need to take our industry back, okay, to the red-blooded American. I don't care whether you're red, white, blue, green, whatever color you want to be, but we need to take that back. But when those guys go sign the papers for the trucks, don't you have to prove something about whether you've got the experience or not, or whether you have a contract or not, to be able to buy a truck, much less get out there and drive it? Can't we stop this influx of bad drivers before they even get on the road, before they, you know? But the biggest thing is what I'm seeing. If it's not in my neighborhood, I don't care who craps in the street in your neighborhood until somebody gets hurt in their neighborhood, or somebody's friend or whatever got run over by a truck, whatever, okay? Just like just a few minutes ago, I stopped at a spot here in Ohio, and they had lined up going in and going out, one truck in and one truck out, and every truck through there had some sort of weird name, and it was not any major carrier that we would know. It was all, I don't know what you would want to call it, but not what I would call an American name on the side of the trucks.
Gotcha.
And the poor girl behind the counter, she might weigh $110. She's got to go out and tell them burly drivers that they got to move. Yeah, that poor girl, she didn't stand a snowball's chance in hell. She said, there's not a whole lot I can do. Well, I can. I went out and woke two of them up, told them move. But that's all right. That's me. As far as our president goes, let's go back in history. If we can learn from history, we learn from our mistakes, all that. We learn from what our founding forefathers have put out there. We showed England we wasn't going to put up with their crap. Then we did it in how many other wars before World War I, World War II, Korean War? Yeah, we kind of took a bass whipping on that one, but okay. But we stood our ground. But I think a lot of people in this country, in this world, have been lied to by so many politicians that they get a gentleman like Trump that's honest as he can be for the position that he's in. And they're not used to it. They are absolutely not used to it, so they go looking for everything that they can do. All right? Somebody said he was comparing him to someone that's beefing the market or the stock market so he can take his money or make his money off the stock market. Okay? But is he taking a paycheck for being president? I don't think so.
No,
he
sir.
didn't take it in 2016.
He's not.
Okay. So why aren't people looking at the big picture? One, like I said, I feel that they've been lied to by every politician for centuries. And now you have one that's not a politician. He's basically a bull in a china shop. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
He's not going to take no crap. Okay. Do I think he should have not waited on the Iran thing? Yeah. I think he should have just went over there and said, all right, guys, you're messing with the world economy. That's us. Sorry, we're not going to play that game. And hit him where it hurts. And he backed off. There has to be some reason why he did that. Okay. Maybe that's beyond us. Maybe people aren't looking far enough into it. I get it. But, okay. So I just think that people need to stop, look at what we've done. People 250 years ago, if not more, don't have the education or the access to educations that we have now. And we're a whole lot smarter to be able to write that Constitution and the Bill of Rights and everything else that has made this country what it is to this day. And you get some poorly educated idiot and he wants to shit all over that. Excuse my language, but that's true. And when they want to do that and they don't get their way, then they won't even get more mad, or you violated my rights as whatever.
Right.
And it's sad that we forget. Okay, yeah, we've lost some lives in this incident right here. We sure have, and that's sad. That is very sad for the families, the people that have done that. We had the 2 jets crash. No, that was at the air show, so never mind. But what about the thousands of bodies and the thousands of people that's laying at Gettysburg or any other places that we had wars on this land? We don't want to bring the wars to our land, to our backyard. We want to keep it somewhere else. Do I want to see other people from other countries get hurt? No, I do not. Nobody does. Because there's actually no winners in a war. There's always going to be someone that loses. Whether it's lives or physical things or economies, there's no winner in it. There's not. But we have to remember where we started and how we got here. And this generation coming up has forgot that. And sorry about the beeping in the back. So I hate computerized trucks. So, so I'm not, man, there's so many ways to go with some of these things, but we definitely need to take our country back. We need to stand firm. And if it takes a bunch of old guys like me, okay, I'm ready. When are we doing? What are we going to do?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I don't care. But we need to do that to show because we didn't steal no land. We did not. England tried to steal it from us when they come over, and we showed them different. So I think people need to take a very big, broad perspective of what we're looking at and where we've been and how we can get back to that point. Because when those people signed that and all that, and yeah, they were pretty smart, but yet they were smart enough to realize that that we have to be able to adapt and change. I give you that, but we can't forget where we come from, because we'll get ate alive. And I think Mr. President Trump is trying to bring that back. But
Scrapyard, always good to hear from you. Thank you so much for checking in there. Yeah, that wasn't Scrapyard. I'm sorry. Scrapyard got you coming up. Sasquatch. Got him confused. Sasquatch from Sasquatch to Scrapyard. Back in 2.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Truckers spend lots of hours on the road. So when it comes to staying connected, you need a headset that works just as hard as you do. Blue Parrot is the #1 headset brand for professional drivers, and we've taken the quality you've come to expect from us and made it even better. Check out our newest headsets, the Pro B350 and Pro B450, offering you more hours of talk time, better voice control, extreme comfort, and industry-leading AI voice isolation microphones. So you can spend more time talking about the important things and less time repeating yourself. To get yours, check out BlueParrot.com. Blue Parrot, hear and be heard.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Ready to beat the heat this summer? Keep your long haul, short haul, off-road adventure, or just stay cool while on site with Be Cool. Designed with on or off-the-road vehicles in mind, Be Cool offers you DC-powered cooling, low voltage protection, easy installation, and more. Beat the heat with Be Cool. It's the cooler way to go. With air conditioners for semi-trucks starting at $888. Get yours today. Visit b-coolaircon.com or call 778-590-5000. That's 778-590-5000.
All right, back at it. All right, there's Scrapyard.
Yeah, what the hell? I thought I was having an identity crisis there for a moment. Mercy sakes, I'm just trying to get this thing back to the yard without the need for a boat paddle and a life jacket. It's been a very interesting evening here in Arkansas. The town of Conway and the town of Russellville got flooded out. In Russellville, down the main drag, they were having water rescues in the restaurants because water got waist deep. It was taller than the tires on a Z71 pickup coming down the main drag. That big supercell, this gyre storm that had developed out of the Gulf, and come up through here and rotated counterclockwise and just locked right on the core of the state. And they were having to do water rescues, and it was just rotating around and around like the core of a hurricane. And Conway got flooded. I got a good undercarriage wash over at the 94 yardstick westbound when I was headed up Springdale. Water about 4 inches deep going across the interstate. And so it's been a very interesting evening. But yeah, Grump, I agree with you. Trump needs to quit jumping back and forth, get in there, kick the crap out of Iran until their economy and their government completely collapses and the people rise up and kill all the mullahs. And let them people start over and all that with good intentions and good ideas and free of all that death cult. And excuse me. And Chris, yeah, had that same stuff myself and all that. It's still not over it. It's been several weeks now. Miss Patty is starting to make some improvement. Don't let it go. Get back to the doctor and all that. Get it checked again. I'm going to go myself Friday and go get checked again and have them take some samples and all that blood and sputum and everything else like that, just to try to make sure that this is out of me, hopefully. But you was talking about Starlink. The reason for that Starlink that they want to put a constellation around the moon is because the natural progression of putting a base on the moon and being able to land what version 6 of Starship, which has got the engines toward the nose to be able to land in that reduced gravity, that's a hell of a lot of weight to try to put basically standing straight up. And what they've got to do, see, the moon has untold thousands of miles of lava tubes right under the surface. They're going to have to send prospecting and these probes, rovers, and all the way around the moon, various areas that have ground-penetrating sensors to find these and to check the geology, find these lava tubes, say, okay, we can't land something that big here, we have to find another place, and also to take samples of the minerals and the elements that regolith, the real fine dust that makes up the surface of the moon, which can be 100 feet deep or more in places. And so they have to find, it's like the consistency of powdered sugar. And what astronauts did go up there, their exposure by dragging it back into the command module, the capsule, to come back to Earth and transitioning over, that dust got in there, and they had a few incidences on Apollo where it shorted a few systems out and didn't come out till later, but they breathed that stuff and got sick, horribly sick from it. And but they've got to be able to have those satellites are also going to act as I believe it's what's GPS 6, which is more precise and be all the way around the moon, because some of these craters are over a mile deep or more that these rovers will get down inside of, and the rim will block there's only a handful of satellites that are up there that relay signals that are circling the moon. So wanting to put a constellation there so that these scientific expeditionary probes that they send up there, these rovers that are running around checking and checking for, will have a pretty much constant data link. And then later on, because of natural progression, after Starship goes up there, then they've got to take habitation up there. And there's already, from what I reviewed, proposed, like basically assembling a giant lander like you'd see on some of these science fiction programs. It's basically on habitation and a factory put together. It'd be pretty huge to be built in orbit to be able to land on the moon, and this would probably be like 30 to 50 years out. But the leaps in science and all that, there's even one for making habitation on the moon, taking that regolith, using basically little miniature bobcats, picking up that regolith and dumping it into this, it's a solar furnace. Mm-hmm. And run by the sun and all that, but it's a 3D printer, and it prints in molten rock. But making domes that can be pressurized, and on the moon, to make a livable habitation and all that keep them protected from the radiation and radiation, proper pressure on it, where they won't be required all the time to be wearing a spacesuit, inset habitation.
Fascinating stuff, Scrapyard. It is all, what was science fiction when we're kids is now becoming essentially reality as adults.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Well, you take Star Trek, for instance. A lot of things that were seen on Star Trek are now a reality. The communicator, your cell phone, the vaccine injection pens that use nothing but compressed gas, and with no needle at all, transdermal injection. That's the hypo spray. MIT 6 years ago transported 3 atoms of gold, converted it into energy, and transmitted it wirelessly to the other side of their compound at MIT, and reassembled those 3 atoms of gold. This was years ago, in a collector clear on the other side of their campus. And one that people don't realize, Alon. It's transparent aluminum. And we use that today. In fact, it's on the space station. The cupola windows are made out of, it's basically aluminum oxide powder, powdered alum. They put it in a form, put a vacuum on it, and then hit it with nitrogen gas, repressurize it, and then cram it into a giant autoclave at 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit for like 9 days, I believe it is. And under extreme pressure, good God, it's raining like hell now. And it cooks down, and they strip the mold off of it after it cools down and polish it, and it's basically bulletproof. And it's transparent aluminum. It's called Alon.
So are we going to see the ability for me to say, beam me up, Scotty, anytime soon?
There's a lot of quantum factors that would have to be figured out before you could ever try to do that with a life form. But
right.
They even got a thing out now called atomic knitting, where they use a needle at the tip of it's only one atom wide. They can actually pick an atom up, move it, put it next to some other atoms, hit it with a charge, and create a molecule. And they can actually make structures like that. It's called atomic knitting. That Caltech, I believe, came out with. That's been 4 years ago, I believe.
Wow. Well, modern technology. We've seen a lot of changes. Well, thank you so much, Scrapyard. Have a great morning. We were talking last evening. Philip brought it up, and I had no idea. I said, what are they? Yeah, because one Starship came back, and, of course, you had the big explosion a week ago, and he said they're ready to roll out the next. And I said, well, how fast can they produce these things? They're working on 2 or 3 at a time. And he said, how about a dozen? Tony sent me a quick link this past day. This is so much bigger than I had any idea. As of late May 2026, SpaceX has produced more than 3 dozen Starships, over 36 upper stages total at Starbase in Texas. With production continuing rapidly in the Star Factory. Ready to go. Yeah, that's flight ready or near-term flight capable. Much smaller than that. We're in the 2 to 5 vehicles. But the advanced preparation, where they're looking to be able to build these things at a very rapid pace in the future. We got to get a news break. Final hour just ahead. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Truckers spend lots of hours on the road. So when it comes to staying connected, you need a headset that works just as hard as you do. Blue Parrot is the #1 headset brand for professional drivers, and we've taken the quality you've come to expect from us and made it even better. Check out our newest headsets, the Pro B350 and Pro B450, offering you more hours of talk time, better voice control, extreme comfort, and industry-leading AI voice isolation microphones. So you can spend more time talking about the important things and less time repeating yourself. To get yours, check out BlueParrot.com. Blue Parrot, hear and be heard.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirdogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency efficiency from your fuel system.
Ready to beat the heat this summer? Keep your long haul, short haul, off-road adventure, or just stay cool while on site with Be Cool. Designed with on or off-the-road vehicles in mind, Be Cool offers you DC-powered cooling, low voltage protection, easy installation, and more. Beat the heat with Be Cool. It's the cooler way to go. With air conditioners for semi-trucks starting at $888. Get yours today. Visit b-coolaircon.com or call 778-590-5000.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The U.S. is carrying out another round of defensive strikes against a military site in southern Iran, targeting what they describe as a threat to U.S. forces and commercial shipping. Officials stress the ceasefire remains in effect despite the renewed action. The Czech Republic is backing the Hormuz security efforts.
The Czech Republic says it's prepared to help protect shipping routes through the Strait of Hormuz as tensions with Iran continue. Czech Foreign Minister Peter Makinka says Prague supports stronger NATO defense efforts and closer cooperation with the United States and Israel. While the country has no navy, officials say it can provide specialized surveillance capabilities to help secure one of the world's most important oil transit routes. Ron Warner, USA Radio News.
Secretary of State Marco Rubio says Cuba is in a lot of trouble.
He discussed the situation in Cuba during President Trump's cabinet meeting at the White House.
Unfortunately for them, it's run by a bunch of incompetent communists. Being communist is bad. Being an incompetent communist is like the worst.
Rubio said it's a national security issue to have a failed state just 90 miles from the U.S.'s shores. He went on to say the U.S. will be working on it and that hopefully there will be a good outcome for Cuba. Trump previously said he wants to provide Cuba with humanitarian aid and open the country up for Cuban Americans to go back to help. I'm at Mattinson.
Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is making headlines again for grabbing an animal.
A viral video on Tuesday showed the Health and Human Services Secretary cornering two snakes on the patio of a Florida beachfront home owned by Dr. Oz and picking them up with his bare hands while his wife, actress Cheryl Hines, tells him to let them go.
Are they fighting?
In the caption for the video, Kennedy said the snakes were non-venomous black racers, which are common in Florida. It's not clear what happened to the snakes. Earlier this month, Kennedy posted a photo of himself grabbing a bird, which he said he rescued at Washington Dulles Airport. I'm Michael Kastner.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Commerce moves fast. Your business should too. If you're not on the first page of search results, you're losing customers. Out of sight, out of mind is true. Don't let that be you. iLocal.net has helped local businesses dominate search results since 2009. For a limited time, iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Local business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Call 888-699-2407 for your free website analysis. Don't wait. Call 888-699-2407. That's 888-699-2407. For your free website analysis, call 888-699-2407.
The Alaska oil industry is pushing for faster permitting processes in order to develop the National Petroleum Reserve in Alaska.
The Bureau of Land Management says it plans to draft a new rule after the Alaska Oil and Gas Association proposed broader permitting standards. Industry leaders say the proposal would reduce delays and could allow permits within 60 days. Environmental groups argue the move could overlook cultural, subsistence, and wildlife impacts. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
Alabama officials have filed an emergency appeal with the Supreme Court seeking approval to use a Republican-leaning congressional map for the midterm elections. A lower court blocked the map, saying it could give the GOP an advantage against Democratic Congressman Shamari figures. The state is asking for a ruling by Monday. A California man known for displaying pro-Trump flags and yard signs, Kerry Sharon, has died after being attacked in his own yard.
It used to amaze me when people would give him resistance and they'd come up and I'd be like, Kerry, doesn't that bother you? I mean, it'd get under my skin pretty quick. And he would reply with, well, they have the right to free speech just as I do.
Security video shows a man walking up the driveway and punching and kicking Sharon before fleeing the scene. The 69-year-old later died from his injuries in the hospital. AAA reports the national average price for a gallon of gas is $4.45. Highest prices are found in California, lowest in Indiana. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
What if the music stopped? If the familiar voices were silenced? If there were no breaking news updates? What if your companion and connection to your community came with a monthly fee? Don't worry, we're free local radio with you wherever you go, celebrating 100 years and looking forward to the next 100. We are broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and let Congress know you depend on your local radio stations. By the National Association of Broadcasters.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Ready to beat the heat this summer? Keep your long haul, short haul, off-road adventure, or just stay cool while on site with Be Cool. Designed with on or off-the-road vehicles in mind, Be Cool offers you DC-powered cooling, low voltage protection, easy installation, and more. Beat the heat with Be Cool. It's the cooler way to go. With air conditioners for semi-trucks starting at $888. Get yours today. Visit be-coolaircon.com or call 778-590-5000. That's 778-590-5000.
There we go. One more time around, one more hour as we roll into a brand new day. I see Friday knocking on the door just around the corner. Yes, indeed. Yeah, we left off there talking Starship, SpaceX. I got just how big is this assembly facility? I had no idea they could even begin to be building this many rockets simultaneously. Now, I say, Keith, all Starship super heavy production happens at the Starbase there in Boca Chica, Texas. No other sites build full vehicles yet. But production rate has scaled up significantly, it says. The goal is for hundreds per year eventually. And long-term ambitions are much higher than that. But right now, it's focused on testing and reliability improvements rather than a large operational fleet. The exact number of ready vehicles fluctuate weekly with testing. They aren't publicly disclosed in real time, they say, for operational reasons. Elon Musk and SpaceX updates often highlight maybe the next one or two stacks being prepped, like they did with version 3 for Flight 12. All right. This says they typically keep a small number of near-complete vehicles for rapid iteration, static fire test, stacking, and things of that nature. Most of them are still in fabrication. Not all completed ones are, quote, ready to go. Many of them are test vehicles. Some scrapped after flights or in long-term storage, but can you imagine hundreds per year with the ambitions being much higher than that when all is said and done? Well, what's going on, Pup? Good morning.
Well, out here playing in this fog, Steve. Down there in Kentucky, I didn't have any fog at all till I crossed the bridge.
Right.
Yes, I don't know if he heard me or not, but I gave Pappy a honk on the horn.
Did you?
Uh-huh. Yeah. And last night, I'm pretty sure old Mr. Two-time world champion bull hauler passed me in my plastic truck.
Yeah.
Yeah, that fog's pretty bad. It lightens up a little bit up there around Middletown, and then you know what? When things are like this, they wish there was a way they could dim these street lights. it almost makes it harder to see with the street lights on.
Right.
But I didn't have much for you tonight. I just called, let you know how bad the fog is. I'm calling for any of this stuff, so hopefully I get out of it.
When we first started the show, they just had a special weather advisory, a weather statement where they were talking. We could see patchy fog developing, but as the night progressed, they upped that all up to dense fog advisories because it got a lot thicker. Yep.
Hey, I will say one thing. I'm not a big fan of them, but in this fog, these radars are the cat's meow. They can pick up things way before you can see it, so it gives you a heads up. There's some places up through there you can only see like 1 or 2 zipper lines ahead of you and everything. So I was just gonna say I was hoping Pappy would have heard that horn honk and everything. So we'll just sit back and listen, Steve.
All right. Well, hey, I appreciate you dialing us up. Thanks for listening, of course. And there you go. Thanks for checking in. That brings us to Dan.
Morning, Steve. How are you?
Doing well. What's happening out there?
Well, I was just thinking, I mean, I agree with Grump. I didn't hear, but I heard what I guess he said was the fact that the president did also Eagle felt the same way, that we need to get the job done.
Mm-hmm.
And the only thing I can think of is that the other Saudi and UAE and them don't want us to do this, and he needs them as a partner in it. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
But there does come a time, and I think that time's already come, that these people are, and this is a compliment to them, BS artists at best. They're not being sincere about what they want to do. There's so many different factions running the country and there's people jockeying for a position. And I don't know what else to do. I wouldn't know what else you could recommend other than, I hate to use the term, but it's boots on the ground and come in there and take over control of the country. And if the Shah's grandson is there, he needs to be put on a short leash and say, we don't want any funny business going on over here, like self-enrichment and all this other stuff.
Yeah.
You know, you're coming in here, we're going to have elections, and they're going to be fair. I don't know what else to do. I wouldn't know what else he could do. I think if he's trying to hold out for the midterms and then do what the hell he wants after that, I'm talking about President Trump. Well, that's a risk he's taken. But the one issue I felt, that's one of the reasons I called in, the one issue I feel would resonate with voters, particularly those that still have a functioning brain, is this fraud. That just, to me, exposes everything Trump has been saying about the incompetence of our federal government offices or federal agencies, that this fraud is going on. That's costing people a lot of money, and we could probably balance the budget if we eliminated it. And a lot of that fraud is being committed by illegal immigrants in this country. Sometimes legal, sometimes not.
Correct.
And that to me, it should be a bipartisan issue. It's not. You know, if you talk to a person who's suffering from PDS, they'll say, oh, well, that's gone on for years. You know what I'm saying? You'll never stop it, or whatever they want to say. Well, you know, we won't stop it until it gets into your pocket. So we start cutting back the benefits that you're getting from the federal government. And that may save Social Security. Point and example is the number of autism
claims for their child has autism. Well, the centers are set up as autism centers, and people go there, and the federal government, I think, finances or pays for these autism studies. And I'm not saying there's not children with autism.
Right.
I have twin great nieces that are probably autistic. I don't know if the parents have applied for a Social Security disability, and if those kids are truly autistic, which I think they are. There's something wrong with them. They're 6 years old. They cannot go to the bathroom on their own, and they don't speak. So whatever that is, there is something wrong with those children. But the rest of these people, I mean, they look for some sort of diagnosis in order to get a federal check every month. And I don't know. I mean, to me, where is it going? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
When is it going to stop? We saw the fraud with the immigration resettlement. And as I remind you, I am Catholic. But Catholic Charities that was their cash cow, resettling illegal immigrants, housing them, or maybe even resettling. I don't know what it is. But, you know, that stuff, those gravy trains have stopped. And that's the one thing that I think Trump is very popular with people, is he said stopping the gravy train is smart. And so that's kind of where, but I do agree with Trump and Eagle and probably most of your callers, and including yourself, the host, that I think that, I mean, I don't know what this delay, is supposed to be. I think the citizens of Iran, the normal ones, obviously want to change. And to let these same people that, if there's anything about it that's been good about this, is the fact, first of all, they killed those leadership. But the other thing is, you don't see them exporting their terrorism around the world. Now they got to defend their home country. And how do you like it? So, but there's got to be something to be done. I think, quite frankly, they have a plan in place of a replacement government. Just like they did, you're not going to tell me they did in Venezuela with that Dulce Hernandez, the president. I think she has been talking to them for probably quite some time. It's not coincidental that she was out of the country when Maduro got busted.
Yep.
And I think nobody could get all that information about. She had it. And if she runs again, she runs again. And the same thing's going to happen with Cuba. But I don't think we need to overrun Cuba. But I do think in Iran, I don't know what else to do. And I think people are tired of hearing it on the news. And they're really tired of the president keeping saying they really want to make a deal. No, they don't want to make a deal. They want to play you because they know if you lose the midterms, you're then going to be tied up with the Democratic Congress that wants to impeach you, probably doesn't want you around anymore.
Right.
So they know that, and they're going to drag it out. These aren't stupid people. They're crazy, but they're not stupid. And it's time for these 10th century idiots to leave this earth. And I don't know what else to say. I mean, I'm not trying to be crass, but our military's ready. And it's easy to say boots on the ground, but I don't have a family member or I'm not there going in on the ground. But whoever this is, and I think, quite frankly, Steve, it's like a bunch of gangs running the country. It's not much different than Haiti. You know, you've got your turf, I've got my turf. So, anyway, well, I appreciate the show and thought I'd add my 2 cents. But I would stress this fraud prevention because I'm hearing from people that I talk to that are willing to talk to me, like in my neighborhood or, at a restaurant or something, I'm sitting there at work, that they get pissed off about this fraud and the extent of it. So, thanks
All
a
right,
lot.
Dan, very good. Thank you for checking in. Now, as far as boots on the ground, you got to remember this. Yeah, Iran is a very large country with some of the most difficult terrain. I do believe even the terrain in Afghanistan was horrific. I believe Iran is even worse. We don't want to get bogged down, entrenched in another 5, 10, 15-year debacle. Trying to fight people that are hiding in caves and in the side of the mountains, and I don't know that there's such a thing as a quick resolution. The president had clearly stated when it came to the Karg Island, where 90% of Iran's oil flows out to the rest of the world. That's a majority of their revenue generation. He's tried to focus on only, per se, military targets and military personnel. Some of the, the leaders and the IRGC leadership and whatnot, to try to save the infrastructure, save the potential future revenue generation for the good people there that actually just want their freedom back. That remember what it was like before the days of the supreme leader taking over and ruling with an iron fist. Is it going to be possible to do that is the bigger question. Like Grump mentioned, it doesn't sound like he's intent. The current Ayatollah, the supreme leader, second son of the leader we took out in the first day of the war, as we've been saying, he's somewhere undisclosed in the country, probably deep underground. He doesn't want to poke his head. He's out of the ground. He's not making any sort of an electronic, no digital communication, no two-way radio, no phone calls, no nothing. It's almost like going back to the days of the carrier pigeon. All these discussions between whoever the hell they're talking to goes down on pretty much, I guess, pen and paper to be then taken directly to him with a series of trade-offs. So one individual isn't going from point A to point B, because they know, they fear as soon as he sticks his head out of the ground, he's gone. And we'll be back.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and and efficiency from your fuel system.
Truckers spend lots of hours on the road. So when it comes to staying connected, you need a headset that works just as hard as you do. Blue Parrot is the #1 headset brand for professional drivers, and we've taken the quality you've come to expect from us and made it even better. Check out our newest headsets, the Pro B350 and Pro B450, offering you more hours of talk time, better voice control, extreme comfort, and industry-leading AI voice isolation microphones. So you can spend more time talking about the important things and less time repeating yourself. To get yours, check out BlueParrot.com. Blue Parrot, hear and be heard.
Well, as we prepare to celebrate America's 250th birthday, I've seen some of the photos and the drone footage. It is a beautiful sight. But at the same time, kind of a reality check of how low the water levels are. The devastatingly low water levels at Lake Mead are now the backdrop of a massive patriotic display on the Hoover Dam. They unveiled to celebrate our 250th anniversary. At the heart of the display is a 300 by 150 foot, weighing in at 2,000 pounds, American flag that's been draped over the dam and illuminated by red, white, and blue LED lighting. According to the Las Vegas Convention and Visitors Authority, this is all meant to launch several weeks of patriotic celebrations, part of the America 250 initiative. The display, utilizing about 2,250 amperes of Hoover Dam's hydroelectric power, being activated every evening until July 4. But behind it, Lake Mead continues to experience a dismal year. Severe drought throughout the Southwest has the lake at the lowest level we've seen in years. And recent algae blooms have caused portions of the lake to become potentially toxic. In April, the Bureau of Reclamation announced a plan to reduce water releases from Lake Powell as water storage levels declined along the Colorado River, a move that could potentially reduce hydroelectric power output at Hoover Dam by some 40%. In the same announcement, the Bureau said that recreational boating at Lake Mead could be limited this summer due to the low water levels. But they had the ceremony launching the America 250 display at Hoover Dam over the Memorial Day weekend, which, again, if you haven't seen some of the photos, when the sun goes down, it's a beautiful sight. Hoover Dam all lit up in red, white, and blue. And as large as that flag is, it almost looks more like a postage stamp compared to the size of Hoover Dam. 2,000-pound flag. Beautiful. Well, hello to Truck and Phil as we roll into a new day. Happy, terrific Thursday. Coffee up. Good morning, Mr. Sommers, the Hotshot Secret Nation, and the great product of Staybill. How about a big shout-out to the retired knucklebuster, all the veterans out there. Get her done. Hey, we start off 60 this morning, 78 a high for Fort Wayne. 57 going to 76 for Nowego, Michigan. Everybody be safe out there. And Semper Fi from Truck and Phil. All right, good to hear from you. Thank you much. Finally able to get your email. I've got my email back this past evening. News a service of industrial injection. Since 1985, diesel owners have counted on us for fuel injection, turbochargers, and engine solutions. From light-duty pickups to heavy-duty equipment, industrialinjection.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
It looks like they want to just make a deal. They want to, I don't think they have a choice. They're just going back to the internet because they're getting clobbered. Their economy is in free fall.
The straits have to be open. They're going to be open one way or the other. So they need to be open. What's happening there is unlawful. It's illegal. It's unsustainable for the world. It's unacceptable.
The U.S. is conducting additional defensive strikes against targets in southern Iran. That's according to officials who say the site threatened U.S. forces as well as shipping lanes. They emphasize the ceasefire with Iran is still in place despite the strikes and threats of retaliation. Former President Joe Biden has filed a lawsuit against the Justice Department to block the release of audio recordings tied to interviews with his biographer. The materials came from special counsel report Hers Classified Documents probe, where no charges were filed. Biden's team says the release is politically motivated and never intended for public disclosure. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
This is Denny Gillum, host of Frontlines of Freedom, here to tell you about an amazing new book, The Miracle Man, written by a good friend of mine. It's a remarkable, true account of faith, healing, and restoration in the face of impossible odds. Through a harrowing series of events and miraculous answers to prayer, Bill receives a donor's heart with only hours left to live. His rapid recovery and return to normal life is a story that shows God's power to heal and his faithfulness in answering prayers. The Miracle Man is available online through Amazon, Barnes & Noble, and other booksellers.
Lisa Wolf here to tell you about our newest website for old-time radio lovers. It's 100radioshows.com. At this site, there are 5 old-time radio shows waiting for you to download free as our gift to you. And be sure to browse the additional 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. This is a limited-time offer, so log on to 100radioshows.com. That's 100radioshows.com.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Truckers spend lots of hours on the road. So when it comes to staying connected, you need a headset that works just as hard as you do. Blue Parrot is the #1 headset brand for professional drivers, and we've taken the quality you've come to expect from us and made it even better. Check out our newest headsets, the Pro B350 and Pro B450, offering you more hours of talk time, better voice control, extreme comfort, and industry-leading AI voice isolation microphones. So you can spend more time talking about the important things and less time repeating yourself. To get yours, check out BlueParrot.com. Blue Parrot, hear and be heard.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Summers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
Ready to beat the heat this summer? Keep your long haul, short haul, off-road adventure, or just stay cool while on site with Be Cool. Designed with on or off-the-road vehicles in mind, Be Cool offers you DC-powered cooling, low-voltage protection, easy installation, and more. Beat the heat with Be Cool. It's the cooler way to go. With air conditioning for semi-trucks starting at $888. Get yours today. Visit b-coolaircon.com or call 778-590-5000. That's 778-590-5000. 5000.
Black and Indigenous girls are disproportionately represented in sex trafficking cases. The LGBTQ plus population is one of the most at risk for human trafficking, and this is compounded by societal discrimination and prejudice. Traffickers seek victims from populations they think are disposable and that no one cares about. TAT trains members of the trucking, bus, and energy industries to recognize and report this crime. To learn more about human trafficking and how to protect yourself and your family, visit tatnonprofit.org.
We'll see if we have time to get into it. Yeah, if not this morning, maybe on our Friday, our casual Friday, dude. Mind-boggling. The amount of money going into trying to keep your vehicle and my vehicle the least amount of emissions as possible. And millions of dollars in fines. Cummins Engines has been sued. Yeah, they're looking for, anywhere from $500 million to $1 billion. Yeah, Volvo Group North America just agreed to pay nearly $200 million to settle their California Air Resources Board allegations violating the emission and certification requirements. Good golly. So when Volvo settles for $200 million, and Cummins being sued for possibly as much as $1 billion, I guess, is it any wonder that the cost of new vehicles and new trucks, surely they don't just absorb those costs, they pass it on. Isn't that the way it works? Hey, good morning, Vic.
Hey, good morning, Steve. Well, that's kind of what I was going to mention. You see, we don't have politicians running this country anymore. We have bureaucrats. And that's what, everybody that, to use the term, that's where the rubber meets the road. That's what the companies have to live with. They have to cover those expenses. But the big thing is, once they collect those fines, what is the formal government, what are they doing to improve the efficiency? Or are they just filtering that money out to certain interest groups or whatever that will keep those politicians in office? So, I mean, I just don't understand that. And if your email was working.
I'm looking here at this, the Volvo settlement. It says right, because where does all this money go? Volvo's settlement says $12.5 million in civil penalties. I don't know who gets that. $71 million will go to CARB's Air Pollution Control Fund. $108 million in California emission reduction projects. So I guess they're fining Volvo to funnel money into California's push toward electric vehicles, I guess.
Well, either that or to make sure that the politicians they want to stay in office get some of that money some way, somehow, or sympathetic groups or interest groups or whatever. It's more about keeping certain politicians in office than it is about really improving air quality. And the one thing, I'm not up on that variable vane technology with turbochargers, but basically what little bit I know of it, it was that whenever you were going up a hill and your RPMs drop, somehow, some way, the vane that was driving the fan blades, I guess I should just call them, somehow they would pick up speed, they would reduce or something, and then they would drive the actual fan that was pushing the air into the engine, I guess. Used to, when they got too hot, they used to have a wastegate on there, and that wastegate would open, and that way it wouldn't overheat the engine. But I know that that Cummins was working on that. Gosh, it's hard to believe it now, but that was almost 20 years ago. So I don't know if they approved that, but what I'm saying is there are so many technologies out there now, and we're out there today worrying about all these critical minerals and rare earth minerals, and then they just suddenly found out that, oh, there's a lot of those minerals that are just sitting in waste piles now, whether it's coal ash or tailings from gold and copper mines and everything else. So I don't know why they weren't putting more research into that quite some time. And supposedly, America actually could come up with a lot of those minerals and wouldn't even have to worry about China. And, China's not exactly our friend either. So I just don't know why that America is not really applying all of the knowledge that we have, but somehow, some way, we've got away from what our original program was. Like the military at West Point used to be a mining engineering. That's what all the graduates got their education in. And they designed you're talking about like the dams. They didn't design that one, but they designed a lot of waterways and everything else. And they knew that they had to know about all this mining stuff. But, it's just odd how some way, somehow, America is oddly restricting itself. I guess the thing most people would be aware of was those rules of engagement. We go to war, but we don't fight the war. We have to make sure we do the rules of engagement thing. And some of those were pretty silly. I think your son there, when he was in Afghanistan there, I don't know exactly what they were over there, but some I heard was that if you seen a guy with a rifle on the mountain over there, you couldn't shoot at him until he shot at you, which that's kind of an odd way to fight a war, but that's the way we do it anymore. So it's no wonder that Iran, doesn't really fear us. And then I'll call it the flag rank, the generals and admirals, Obama, he pretty well depleted that corps to where if they weren't complicit, then, they were gone one way or another. He'd find one way to get rid of them. And then we wound up with that debacle there in Afghanistan where we gave the Bagram Air Base back and tried to evacuate people through the civilian airport and went off and left of a bunch of functioning equipment there, which I think the Taliban took charge and abruptly sold some of it to other countries around the world, basically for reverse engineering. So that's what I'm saying. We go to war, but we don't fight the war. And I think that's the frustrating part with what's going on with Trump. And I'll tell you, I just quit even trying to make any money in the markets because I was really wrong on that deal with the gold, but I didn't realize that South Africa decided to quit mining gold. Their production went way down, and the central banks around the world decided to start buying gold. So I don't know when that's all going to stop or what will cause it to stop. But I just, Trump, you can't depend on what he says. It's just that simple. And then you have these people in Congress. They were talking about that Massey, and I think some of the others, their big thing was that Epstein scandal. And the thing with Massey, I don't know if he's aware of the fact, but there was a House of Ill Repute called Pauline in Bowling Green, Kentucky, and when it shut down, a guy bought it and sold it brick by brick and made a lot of money. But that was kind of a point of initiation for a lot of the 101st Airborne out of Fort Campbell, Kentucky. And I would have thought that Massey being from Kentucky would kind of be aware of that, and it was well patronized. And then you had Fort Knox in the west end of Louisville. It was pretty well patronized there. So if he wants to look and see some of the scandals that was going on, he could look at that, and that's probably as much as why he lost as anything. And it just goes on and on and on like that, Steve. They get these politicians in there and that's why they're fighting redistricting so much. They have their favorite people in that district, and that's keeping them in office, and they really don't want to mess with that because they redistrict, and that's Democrat and Republicans alike. If they, they may not get reelected, and to me, a lot of these maps got redrawn back in the civil rights thing, and it was against the law for a lot of those southern states to change anything to do with the elections. And I think there was a case out of Texas that they said they didn't have to abide by that anymore. So, it's just things have changed in some ways, and in other ways they haven't. And, you've heard the whole thing with President Thomas Jefferson, the Barbary Coast. He refused to pay the Muslim slave traders and pirates and everything money to get our people back. And instead, he just sent the Marines in, and that just shocked the Muslims. So things have been going on, maybe with different technology and all that other stuff. So it just really hasn't changed that much, except somehow, some way, the bureaucrats have gotten control of the government, and the politicians kind of appoint the Democrats they want and get rid of, not the bureaucrats they want, and they get rid of those they don't want. So, and the other thing I was going to mention real quick, we're totally convinced we want to go to the moon. And just so people know, if you follow the Christian religion and the King James Bible, it says when you see blood on the moon and flowers in the desert, you will know the time is nigh. And I really think we have enough problems on Earth that we really need to get to the bottom of without worrying about what's going on in the moon. And with that, I'll just let you go.
Interesting thought there. Blood on the moon. Longview, Washington. Philip brought this up earlier. Yeah, the community of Longview coming together as authorities say they've confirmed now 2 dead, but 9 workers unaccounted for, presumed dead, following that massive chemical tank implosion at the Nippon Dynawave packaging facility. Community members have set up a small memorial near the facility's entrance after authorities said this past day the rescue efforts have transitioned to a recovery mission. But according to the fire and rescue officials, the 900,000-gallon chemical tank was about 60% full when it ruptured early Tuesday morning. As of Wednesday afternoon, they say roughly 25,000 gallons remained in the tank. The fire rescue officials tell reporters the remaining 25,000 gallons is slowly leaking. It's still leaking out of the tank, slower this morning than it was Tuesday evening. And that has reduced our concern of the leak or the quantity of that tank, they said. We believe, and our information provides us, that the amount of material in the tank remains on the opposite side of the tank from where the leak is. So that's what gives us a factor of safety that we were able to operate with folks wearing appropriate chemical protective equipment in that area. The Washington governor had called in the National Guard. 46 members are on site helping with air monitoring, homeland response, and recovery efforts. We are bracing ourselves for this being the deadliest industrial tragedy in modern Washington state history, said Ferguson. When you have a tragedy of that scale, the impacts on individuals, on families, on communities is profound. Those in the community tell KATU the tragedy has widespread impacts. Most of us have grown up here together. This has been a big employer of our town, Brittany Brown. Most of us are going to at least know somebody here. It's crazy. It's sad. You never think this stuff's going to happen to you in a small town. Stacy Green runs the Longview Resistance Facebook page. Said she's been putting out resources and links for various fundraisers to help those who have been impacted. Trying to do what we can to help the community. She did say in less than 2 days, there are numerous fundraisers and ways the community is stepping up to help. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
It's poll week. That's right. After the long wait, truck and tractor pulling is back. I'm Greg Hunter, and this is the NTPA Overnight Report from the NTPA headquarters in Marion, Ohio. Let's go pulling. We've waited long enough. Although it wasn't easy, it'll be worth it as the pullers have been tweaking and tuning for months in preparation for the 2026 season, which is coming up. The Busch Light Nationals in Evansville are this weekend at the Vanderburg 4-H Center with light super stocks, super farms, super stock diesel trucks, pro stocks, minis, light mods, and unlimited mods all hitting the track. You can't be there in person. You definitely want to watch on Full Pull Live, where they'll be streaming all 4 sessions. As we prepare for the heart of the pulling season, we can't forget the season actually started 2 months ago with the Southern Swing in Florida. There were 2 points hooks in Zellwood and 2 in Satsuma in mid-March, so this weekend isn't truly the start of the season. The Minis made both hooks in Florida, with Grant Theobald on top of the points with Lil Wicked after sweeping the Southern Swing. He's only 5 markers up on the combo of Kevin and Lindsey Campbell and their mini rod they call Wild Card. Looking at the standings in the light mods after Florida, Chase Smith, the board outclassed, is holding the top spot in the points on the heels of 2 wins. Only 3 points behind is Chase Richardson with Tag Team, and rounding out the top 3 is Wayne Sullivan and Kentuckian, only 6 points behind. As we look at the Superstock diesel trucks, Blake DeBrew and Flammable is on top, followed by Nick Gillette with Top Shelf in second, and Shane Kellogg with Trump in third. The new 4.1 Pro Stock tractors made their debut in Florida, with Kevin Lindstrom and his 1971 International 1466 he calls Hyper Harvester on top of the points, followed by Brian Miller and his International 1066 he calls Dig and Bone in second, only 3 points behind. Starting this weekend and through the summer, there are polls pretty much every other day, and polls continue into October, so there is no shortage of horsepower hitting the track in 2026. This week on NTPA Championship Polling on RFD TV, we go back to the North Iowa Nationals in Rockwell. The Super Farms hit the track after a rainy weekend, so you do not want to miss it. Wednesday, 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central. But if you do miss it, it airs again on Saturday at 1 o'clock Eastern, Sunday at 2 o'clock Eastern, and Monday at 1:30 Eastern. This has been the NTPA Overnight Report. I'm Greg Hunter. Remember, pull hard.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Truckers spend lots of hours on the road, so when it comes to staying connected, you need a headset that works just as hard as you do. Blue Parrot is the #1 headset brand for professional drivers, and we've taken the quality you've come to expect from us and made it even better. Check out our newest headsets, the Pro B350 and Pro B450, offering you more hours of talk time, better voice control, extreme comfort, and industry-leading AI voice isolation microphones, so you can spend more time talking about the important things and less time repeating yourself. To get yours, check out BlueParrot.com. Blue Parrot, hear and be heard.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Ready to beat the heat this summer? Keep your long haul, short haul, off-road adventure, or just stay cool while on site with Be Cool. Designed with on or off-the-road vehicles in mind, Be Cool offers you DC-powered cooling, low voltage protection, easy installation, and more. Beat the heat with Be Cool. It's the cooler way to go. With air conditioners for semi-trucks starting at $888. Get yours today. Visit b-coolaircon.com or call 778-590-5000. That's 778-590-5000.
Hey, what do you say? Good morning, Beach Bum. Checking in. Morning, Steve. Just got up to start the day. Yeah, we're getting lots of rain down here in Clearwater, Florida. You know, I saw some of the models where I guess you're not going to complain, right? Yeah, much of Florida. Some areas going to see 1 to 3. Central Florida, 3 to 4. The southern third of Florida, they're showing maybe over the next 5 to 7 days, you know, up to maybe 6 inches of rain in some areas. You need it, though, right? Meanwhile, final moments. Vic brought it up, and I was talking about the California-based tech firm is suing Cummins Engines, accusing the Columbus, Indiana-based engine manufacturer of, quote, brazen misappropriations of trade secrets. The plaintiff in the case is C3AI, a publicly traded Redwood City, California-based company that develops artificial intelligence-powered applications for clients. Yeah, the complaint doesn't specify how much is being sought in damages, but the company said they're estimating it's going to be between $500 million and $1 billion. This suit was filed some while back, like back in November. It was kept under seal until last week. C3 says Cummins hired them back in 2020 to develop an application that would reduce the fuel consumption of Cummins diesel truck engines. They agreed that the C3 application and project would be hosted on Cummins servers, which meant Cummins had access to the application source code. Cummins loved C3AI's fuel economy optimization, they say. Cummins acknowledged that the application would reduce pollution and save customers hundreds of millions of dollars, valued the application at tens of millions of dollars annually. Under the terms of the deal, C3 alleges Cummins agreed to pay licensing fees to use the C3 app, while C3 would retain its ownership of the intellectual property. Well, Cummins, they say, violated the contract by secretly hiring an artificial intelligence team in India to build a replica version of the C3 technology, kind of like reverse engineering, and then terminating the C3 contract in April of 23 once the replica was built. That's what the lawsuit says. They said C3 learned of what was happening when Cummins accidentally copied C3 on an internal Cummins email. C3 said, well, we asked Cummins to meet with us and discuss the situation. They refused to meet. Now, all this as Cummins, the pioneer in diesel engines, works toward ambitious climate goals. In recent years, they've touted their efforts to reach carbon emissions in their products and operations, efforts that include the development of hydrogen and battery electric project, although an effort it calls Destination Zero, where they aim to reach zero emissions by the year 2050. All right. They've hit some bumps along the way there, of course. They've already had to pay like $2.04 billion in a settlement with the federal government and the California Air Resources Board, much like Volvo just having to pay. Hey,